Warrior Lore. Chapter 2802. Countless demonic creatures surrounded the entire Wanxiang city. From the ground to the sky, one could only see a black mass of ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures at a glance. It was noon, and the weather should have been bright and sunny. However, it was dark and gloomy in Wanxiang city, and a chilly wind was blowing. Demonic creatures filled the sky and the ground. Demonic chi lingered in the air, and demonic howls could be heard from time to time, causing one's heart to palpitate. It was a scene of doomsday. The mortals in Wanxiang city were scared out of their wits. They hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. On the streets of Wanxiang city, one could only see the silhouettes of cultivators and soldiers rushing through the city. The streets were cold and desolate. The Iron Blood Taoist had formed a troop of soldiers in Wanxiang city. It was made up of cultivators. There were not many of them, but there were still 1,000 of them. During normal times, these 1,000 soldiers were mainly responsible for maintaining order in Wanxiang city. However, they were now facing countless demonic creatures. These soldiers had never seen such a scene before. Almost all the soldiers standing on the city walls were terrified. Their legs turned to jelly as they looked at the countless demonic creatures outside the city. How could 1,000 soldiers fight against countless demonic creatures? Only the sage-level existences could remain calm in the face of the endless demonic creatures. To the sage-level existences, there was nothing to be afraid of no matter how many demonic creatures there were. Rumble. Just as everyone in Wanxiang city was in a state of panic, a thunderous sound came from the depths of the mountains outside the city. Then, under the terrified gazes of the soldiers on the city walls, a gigantic demonic figure rushed out from the depths of the mountains. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Under the endless demonic aura, a demonic dragon appeared between the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying demonic aura filled every inch of the void. Seeing the demonic dragon, the Iron Blood Taoist's pupils constricted. This was a sage-level demonic dragon, and it was extremely powerful. Wherever the demonic dragon went, countless demonic creatures would retreat in fear, making a path for it. The devil dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. On top of the city wall, some of the weaker combat soldiers were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were trembling in fear. The demon dragon's aura was simply too powerful. Even a sage would be moved by it, let alone those cultivators with average cultivation bases. Who is willing to go out and slay this demon dragon? The Iron Blood Taoist's voice reverberated throughout Wanxiang city, but no one responded. Everyone could tell that the demonic dragon outside the city was not to be trifled with. Even the 3 saints of heaven, earth, and man were a little hesitant. Shwa. At that moment, a copper spear suddenly flew out from the Wanxiang city lord's residence. It directly broke through the layer of light formed by the power of the protective formation and nailed the demonic dragon flying towards Wanxiang city in the void. When the copper spear nailed the demonic dragon, its divine soul was shattered by the destructive power attached to the copper spear. It didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before it died. The next moment, bam! With a loud bang, the demonic dragon's huge body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, dissipating into the air as if it had never been there. A copper spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. It was a very ordinary copper spear that couldn't even be considered a divine weapon. However, it was this ordinary copper spear that had nailed an extremely powerful demonic dragon to death. That was a powerful demonic dragon of the sage level. The eyes of the 3 sages of heaven, earth, and human nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw this. Heaven sage Du Yu's voice was trembling. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Earth sage Li Hong said in disbelief. Master's cultivation base is so powerful that he can kill a sage with a wave of his hand. Human sage Lu Tianxiong said. That was because the scene just now was too shocking. A sage-level living being was nailed to death by an ordinary copper spear. They all knew who the culprit was. Gu Fei's attack had not only shocked the 3 sages of heaven, earth, and human to the extreme. It had also intimidated the demons hiding in the dark outside the city. The demons stopped attacking and countless demonic creatures retreated. However, these demonic creatures did not leave. They only retreated 100 li away from Wanxiang City before stopping and continuing to surround the city. Humph, they really don't know what's good for them. They still refuse to retreat. The iron-blood Taoist sneered and muttered to himself. With his master around, no amount of demonic creatures would be enough to kill them. After all, his master could kill a sage with a wave of his hand. What's going on? All the cultivators in Wanxiang City were astonished. They did not see the scene where the copper spear nailed the demonic dragon to death. They did not know why the terrifying demonic aura had suddenly disappeared. At the top of the city wall, the soldiers recovered from their shock. The demonic dragon had died just like that. To them, it was extremely unreal. Although the war had stopped temporarily, the demons did not retreat. This caused everyone to feel immense pressure. No one knew what other tricks the demons had up their sleeves. What should we do? Zhu Guliang, who was standing beside the iron-blood Taoist, asked him. Let's wait and see. The iron-blood Taoist glanced at the countless demonic creatures 100 li away and said. At this moment, the news of the demons attacking Wanxiang City had already spread. It was impossible for the demons to not alarm people with such a huge commotion. The iron-blood Taoist of Wanxiang City is in trouble. Someone said something like that. That's hard to say. You should know that the iron-blood Taoist is not a pushover. He has the Phoenix Tribulation with him. That thing is very powerful. Someone disagreed. One must know that the Phoenix Tribulation was most likely an Emperor Divine weapon. With the Phoenix Tribulation in hand, it would not be easy for the demons to destroy Wanxiang City. However, since the demons dared to launch such a powerful attack and did not hesitate to order countless demonic creatures to surround Wanxiang City, it was enough to prove that the demons had a meticulous plan. At this moment, the news of Gu Fei's return had not spread. People outside of Wanxiang City did not know about it. Even the demons did not know that Gu Fei was in Wanxiang City. Otherwise, the demons outside the city would have retreated a long time ago. Why would they dare to surround Wanxiang City? An hour later, a demonic howl broke the silence. Following this howl, the demonic creatures that had retreated 100 li away became restless. Then, countless demonic creatures began to attack Wanxiang City. The soaring demonic ants and demonic butterflies were like demonic clouds that covered the sky and earth as they flew towards Wanxiang City. At this moment, a figure flashed on the top of Wanxiang City's city wall. A masked woman appeared on the city wall. Why is she here? The iron-blood Taoist was stunned when he saw that person. He hurriedly walked over. Zhu Guliang also hurriedly chased after the iron-blood Taoist. Little mistress, why are you here? The iron-blood Taoist asked. He recognized Gu Ling. The heaven, earth, and human saints were shocked when they heard the iron-blood Taoist address the woman as little mistress. Could this woman be Gu Fei's daughter, Gu Ling? Many people knew that Gu Fei had a daughter, but not many had actually seen Gu Ling. Gu Ling was not a stranger to the cultivators in the ocean. However, not many of them survived the rebellion of Hierarch Southern Heaven. The cultivators from the ocean were very unlucky. Those loyal to Gu Fei were almost wiped out by Hierarch Southern Heaven. When Gu Fei returned, he defeated Hierarch Southern Heaven and killed all the cultivators from the ocean who were loyal to Hierarch Southern Heaven. It was easy to imagine how many cultivators from the ocean managed to survive the calamity. What? Can I come here? Gu Ling glanced at the iron-blood Taoist and said unhappily, No, that's not what I meant. But we are in a critical situation now. The iron-blood Taoist quickly explained. He did not dare to offend this little mistress. One should know that this little mistress was not someone to be trifled with. Sometimes, even the great lord could not do anything to her. Haha, I came because I know this place is fun. Gu Ling smiled. Meanwhile, the demonic ants and demonic butterflies were approaching them. They were about to collide with the barrier formed by the power of the defensive formation. Good timing. Gu Ling smiled and took out a gourd. She pulled out the stopper and pointed the mouth of the gourd at the demonic ants and demonic butterflies in the sky. Boom! Gu Ling slapped the bottom of the gourd, causing a flame to burst out from the gourd. It instantly turned into a huge flame that burned at the demonic ants and demonic butterflies in the sky. As the flames spread, Countless demonic ants and demonic butterflies were turned into balls of fire and fell from the sky. Seeing this, the iron-blood Taoist was dumbfounded. This little mistress was too ruthless. The barrier formed by the defensive formation was very magical. Divine power and immortal power could penetrate the barrier and kill the demonic creatures if they attacked from outside the city. However, it was difficult for the demonic creatures to attack from the outside. Therefore, the demonic creatures outside could only be beaten up. Haha, this is fun. Gu Ling kept activating the gourd in her hand. Beams of fire shot out from the gourd and burned half the sky red. Countless demonic ants and demonic butterflies were in trouble. At this moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang attacked as well. The demonic ants and demonic butterflies fell from the sky like raindrops. Soon, the city walls were covered with a thick layer of ant and butterfly carcasses. Rumble. The ground shook. At this moment, the countless demonic creatures on the ground finally reached the city walls of Wanxiang. Boom! A monster the size of a small mountain leapt high into the air and slammed its head into the light barrier. The light barrier trembled, but the monster's tendons and bones were broken by the recoil force, and it fell to the bottom of the city wall like a pile of mud. At the same time, powerful demonic auras appeared around Wanxiang City. The real demons were about to attack. Are they finally here? Chapter 2803. The real demons were about to make their move. These demonic creatures were just some low-level creatures and couldn't be considered as demons. They were just cannon fodder. Roar! A demonic roar came from the front of Wanxiang City. An extremely powerful demonic aura erupted. Looking from afar, the demonic aura was monstrous and a demonic shadow loomed between heaven and earth. Haha, is the main character coming out? Guling put away the firestorm gourd and said while looking at the demonic shadow in the distance. Her eyes were filled with excitement. The real demons are coming. At this moment, another demonic roar was heard. This time, it came from the back of Wanxiang City. A huge demonic shadow also appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble. Two powerful true demonic auras spread between heaven and earth. The demonic aura shrouded the surroundings, causing the entire world to turn even darker. Countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. This kind of demonic aura caused fear to arise from the depths of one's soul. Creatures with weak cultivation couldn't even think of resisting under the demonic aura and were completely suppressed. Two true demons, huh? Guling smiled. If she relied on her own strength, she naturally wouldn't be able to contend against a demon of this level. However, she had many treasures on her. However, when the third true demon aura appeared, Guling's expression turned solemn. However, this wasn't the end. The fourth true demon aura appeared. For gigantic demonic figures appeared at the four corners of Wanxiang City, surrounding it. The demons really think highly of us, Taishui. They actually sent out four true demons. The Iron-Blood Taoist couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The four true demons were all powerful existences above the saint level. These true demons even had the cultivation and combat power of the great saint level. I hope it's not the great demon saint. Zhuge Liang, who was next to the Iron-Blood Taoist, said. At this moment, he also stopped. The demonic creatures outside the city were just some small fries. It didn't matter whether they killed them or not. The true demons were existences that needed to be dealt with seriously. The four true demons are here. At this time, the three saints couldn't help but be moved. The four true devils were no joke. It was just a myriad phenomenon city. Yet the Eastern Devil Lair actually sent out four true devils. The true devil was a pure-blooded devil clan. Even in the entire Eastern region Devil Lair of the human world, there weren't many of them. Pure-blooded demons were too rare. The densely packed collisions were like raindrops. The overwhelming number of demonic creatures continued to attack Wanxiang City's defensive formation. However, all of this was not in vain. The demonic blood that splashed out from the demonic creatures could corrode the light shield formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Array, but the speed of corrosion was very slow. The devil blood corroded the light barrier, causing it to weaken. This was exactly what the four true devils wanted. In the eyes of the true devils, these devils were disdainful existences. Roar. The demonic dragons roared and 9 mountain-sized demonic dragons charged over from the distance. One of the demonic dragons opened its mouth and spat out a demonic fireball condensed from demonic fire towards Wanxiang City. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic fireball drew an arc in the sky and smashed onto the light shield of Wanxiang City. It exploded and a mass of demonic fire swept out, causing the entire light shield to tremble. Mysterious runes appeared on the light shield and interweaved into Tao diagrams. The power of the great Tao surged out from the Tao diagrams and counteracted the power of the demonic fireball. Rumble. The 9 demonic dragons were like 9 demonic mountains. They crushed through the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The demonic might was shocking and terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Another demonic fireball smashed onto the light shield of Wanxiang City. The demonic fire swept out and burned the void into nothingness. The light shield dimmed for a moment, but it immediately brightened up again. At this time, the cultivators in the city were indescribably shocked. As the demonic fireballs exploded in the sky above Wanxiang City, all the cultivators in the city were horrified. It's over, it's over. Once those devils attack the city, we will all die without a burial ground. Some cultivators cried out in despair. The demonic might was so strong that some of the cultivators almost broke down mentally, let alone those ordinary mortals who were hiding in their houses. I want to slay a dragon. At this moment, Gu Ling screamed and leaped into the sky, rushing out of the light shield. What? The Iron Blood Taoist could not catch hold of Gu Ling. This was a huge shock. If anything were to happen to his little master, he would be in for it as well. Little master. Zhuge Liang was stunned as well. What should we do? Zhuge Liang was flustered. Gu Ling was no saint. She had yet to take that step. If those true demons outside the city were to strike at her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naughty again. Within the Wanxiang City Lord's residence, Gu Fei could not help but shake his head helplessly. This daughter of his was way too wild. She was especially good at causing trouble. Gu Fei did not make a move. He knew that Gu Ling's cultivation state was at a critical juncture. She could take that step at any moment. She still needed more training. As the saying went, an uncut jade is worthless. It was not a bad idea to let her suffer a little. However, Gu Fei knew that this daughter of his was a weird one. It would be hard to get her to suffer. At this moment, a powerful aura of a saint burst forth from Gu Ling's body. She channeled the wind-fire gourd in her hands, and a ball of flame burst forth from the gourd, colliding with the demon fireball that was spat out by the demon dragon. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the demon fireball that was spat out by the demon dragon exploded. Instantly, the demon fireball engulfed the void in a radius of tens of miles. Holy **T. My little ancestor. At the sight of this, Zhuge Liang could not help but stomp his feet. Sure. All he saw was a flash of a figure before him. A figure had leaped into the sky, rushing out of the light shield as well. Taking a closer look, he realized that it was his boss, the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist was even more afraid of something happening to Gu Ling than Zhuge Liang. However, just as the Iron Blood Taoist was about to slay the dragon, he suddenly stopped, flew back, and landed on the top of the city wall. Boss, why did you come back? Why didn't you bring the little master back? Zhuge Liang hurriedly asked. Don't ask so many questions. The Iron Blood Taoist glanced at Zhuge Liang and said. Zhuge Liang immediately came to a realization and nodded. It seemed that the Lord wanted the Iron Blood Taoist back. Otherwise, why would the Iron Blood Taoist ignore the little master's safety and leave the little master outside alone? Chapter 2804. Roar. The demonic dragon roared, and the terrifying demonic sound shook the world. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and the sky seemed to be shattered by this roar. The dragon's roar caused Gu Ling's ears to buzz. At this moment, she had already rushed in front of the demonic dragon. Swoosh! The demonic dragon directly clawed at Gu Ling. The huge demonic dragon's claw was the size of a small mountain, covering the sky and the earth. Boom! At this moment, Gu Ling suddenly spewed out a pillar of fire from her hand, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, towards the dragon's claw. Gu Ling used the fire wind gourd. The fire wind gourd contained the wind and fire qi. It was a sacred weapon of the sacred level and was very powerful. This sacred weapon was originally a gift from Gu Ling to Old Tortoise. However, when Old Tortoise left Luoxia City's courtyard, he gave this sacred weapon to Gu Ling. The wind and fire qi that rushed out of the fire wind gourd turned into a fire dragon and a wind dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wind and fire dragons collided with the demonic dragon's sharp claws. The demonic dragon let out a long roar and was actually sent flying by the wind and fire dragons. Ding! At this moment, a bell suddenly rang out from Gu Ling's right wrist. A terrifying sound wave spread out from the bell on her wrist. The demonic dragon immediately became sluggish. Kill! Gu Ling leaped high and arrived above the demonic dragon's head. She then took out a bronze mace and smashed it down on the demonic dragon's head. Bang! Crack! Gu Ling's bronze mace directly smashed the demonic dragon's head into pieces. A pitiful and powerful demonic dragon died just like that. These demonic dragons were the mounts of the true demons. The huge dragon corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly up. Haha! Gu Ling laughed heartily as he charged towards another demonic dragon. Roar! Just as Gu Ling had smashed the demonic dragon to death, an enraged roar rang out from a distance. An extremely powerful wave of spiritual will swept out unscrupulously. Little fellow, die! A cold voice suddenly rang out in Gu Ling's heart. Then, a demonic hand silently appeared above Gu Ling's head and grabbed towards her. Shwa! Gu Ling's figure instantly disappeared into the void. The demon's hand grabbed thin air. In the next moment, Gu Ling's figure appeared hundreds of feet away. She had cultivated Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed, so when she walked in the void, her speed was extremely fast. A true demon was actually attacking her. This caused her to be both shocked and furious. A true demon wasn't something she could contend against. She could only retreat. No one can save you. The voice of a true demon came from afar. Rumble. The air trembled as a demonic shadow rushed towards Gu Ling. An extremely powerful demonic aura filled the air, causing Gu Ling's heart to palpitate. Shwa. At this moment, a ball of divine light suddenly bloomed from Gu Ling's hand. It instantly enveloped her, and she disappeared into the void. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Just as they were guessing what had happened, Gu Ling appeared in the Wanxiang City's City Lord's mansion. Gu Ling crushed a jade talisman and returned to the City Lord residence. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist, Zhuge Liang, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. This little brat had finally left. They no longer had to worry about her safety. Boom! The demonic shadow rushed to the outskirts of the Wanxiang City in an instant. The person raised his fist and punched the light barrier of the Wanxiang City. The light barrier trembled violently, and cracks began to appear on it like a spider web. Seeing this, the Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. This person was definitely a true demon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful combat strength. A single punch almost broke the light barrier. Boom! The person punched again. This time, accompanied by a loud bang, more cracks appeared on the light barrier as though it could collapse at any time. At this time, the countless demonic creatures had already retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind only the experts of the demon race. The 8-headed demonic dragon was still charging forward, spitting out demonic flames from its mouth, wanting to burn a big hole in the light barrier. Kill. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't maintain his calm anymore. He rushed down from the city wall and waved his hand. A dazzling flame immediately turned into a fire blade and slashed at the true demon. Clang! The true demon raised his hand to block the attack. When the fire blade slashed his arm, a metallic clang was heard. The true demon's arm was completely unharmed. This shocked the Iron Blood Taoist. This demon's demonic body was definitely unbelievably powerful. The true demon was surrounded by demonic qi. Every move he made was powerful. Rumble. the true demon stretched out his hand. A demonic hand emitting monstrous demonic chi immediately appeared and grabbed at the Iron Blood Taoist. Buzz. The Iron Blood Taoist shook the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. A godly phoenix immediately rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and faced the true demon's hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the two extremely powerful forces collided. The godly phoenix that rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation collapsed and dissipated in the void. The demonic hand that grabbed at the Iron Blood Taoist also dispersed and turned back into demonic chi. Iron Blood Brat, you're no match for me. The true devil said these words. TCH, the Iron Blood Taoist ignored the true demon and attacked with all his strength. 9 godly phoenixes rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and charged at the true demon. Rumble. The true demon stretched out his hand. A demonic hand emitting monstrous demonic chi immediately appeared and grabbed at the Iron Blood Taoist. Buzz. The Iron Blood Taoist shook the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. A godly phoenix immediately rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and faced the true demon's hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the two extremely powerful forces collided. The godly phoenix that rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation collapsed and dissipated in the void. The demonic hand that grabbed at the Iron Blood Taoist also dispersed and turned back into demonic chi. Iron Blood Brat, you're no match for me. The true devil said these words. TCH. Chapter 2805. Boom. The 9 divine phoenix phantoms collided with the true demon's body. The 9 divine phoenix phantoms exploded in an instant, and the ferocious force sent the true demon flying. Roar. The true demon roared angrily. The true phoenix divine fire that swept out dispersed the demonic aura that enveloped its body. It was a demonic ape covered in black fur. The demonic ape was not tall, but its arms were very long. The muscles on its arms bulged like a horned dragon, giving off a strong and powerful feeling. The Herculean demonic ape clan. The Ironblood Taoist could not help but be shocked when he saw the demonic ape. This was one of the pure-blooded demons. The Herculean demonic ape clan was a demons that could fight against the golden spirit ape clan. The demonic ape roared angrily and swung its right arm at the Ironblood Taoist. The demonic ape's arm instantly became as huge as a mountain, crushing the void. How dare you? The Ironblood Taoist hurriedly activated the Phoenix Calamity in his hand to block it. The 9 divine phoenixes emerged from the Phoenix Calamity once again. The divine phoenixes flapped their wings, and an extremely powerful force of the divine phoenix spread out from the Phoenix Calamity. Boom! The demonic arm that was as huge as a mountain smashed onto the Phoenix Calamity, causing a loud explosion. The entire void was directly torn apart by the mighty destructive force. The Ironblood Taoist felt the hand that was holding the Phoenix Calamity tremble. A huge force came from the Phoenix Calamity and knocked him away. The Phoenix Calamity in his hand almost flew out of his hand, and his arm felt numb. Such great strength. It seems like the legends are not necessarily false. The Ironblood Taoist frowned. The Herculean demonic ape clan was famous for their strength. The strength of their arms could split the sky and earth, and they could easily pluck the stars and the moon. Not bad, little guy. Again. The Herculean demonic ape grinned. The huge demonic arm had already returned to its original state. However, the demonic ape stretched out its hand, and a demonic hand instantly enveloped the entire world. Naturally, the Ironblood Taoist was also enveloped within it. The entire world suddenly darkened, as if the demonic ape had grabbed the entire world in its hand. Rumble. A terrifying power of destruction swept towards the Ironblood Taoist from all directions. Demonic patterns appeared in the air as the power of destruction rapidly condensed and increased. You want to kill me with this kind of method? It's not enough. The Ironblood Taoist said coldly. He had not lived all these years in vain. Moreover, he had the Phoenix Calamity, an emperor-level divine weapon. Boom! The aura of a true phoenix burst forth, and the true phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation radiated with immortal divine light. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and danced around Ironblood Taoist. The destructive power coming from all directions was immediately blocked by the power of the true phoenix that was spread out by the 9 divine phoenix phantoms. The true phoenix was one of the strongest living beings in the world. It was strong enough to fight against the true demons. The power of the true phoenix exploded, shaking the entire dark void. Spatial cracks appeared in the pitch-black void, and light from the outside world shone through the spatial cracks. Break! The iron-blood Taoist roared angrily. He activated the phoenix tribulation with all his might, and the 9 divine phoenixes circling around him instantly rushed together. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 9 true phoenix Tao patterns that had transformed into divine phoenixes fused together. An extremely powerful force exploded, and endless divine fire swept through the pitch-black space. A divine phoenix appeared in the towering divine fire, as if a real divine phoenix was being reborn in the divine fire. This was the power of a phoenix's nirvana. The divine phoenix that had appeared from the true phoenix fire flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It broke through the pitch-black void and roared at the sky. In the next moment, the divine phoenix dissipated, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the iron-blood Taoist. The iron-blood Taoist used the power of the true phoenix on his body and transformed into a divine phoenix, displaying his powerful battle prowess. This kind of power caused the demon ape to be moved. The heir of the divine phoenix. Interesting. The demon ape grinned, and its eyes flickered with ferocity. Demonic light circulated all over its body, and an extremely powerful demonic aura surged from its body. At this moment, there were other true demons appearing in other directions of Wanxiang City. The other 3 true demons were also attacking Wanxiang City. Roar! The demon dragon roared, and the 8 demon dragons were desperately attacking the light barrier of Wanxiang City. The light barrier that enveloped the entire Wanxiang City was shaking violently, and countless runes were flashing, as if it could be broken at any time. What should we do? That's a true demon. On top of the city wall, Zhu Guoyang was at his wit's end. He did not think that he was a match for a true demon, and if he were to face a true demon, he would definitely die. The heaven, earth, and human saints were also very uneasy. If the great city barrier formation was broken, they would definitely die a horrible death. It should be known that wherever the demons went, there would be no survivors. The more powerful one was, the more miserable their death would be. Let's fight. We might have a chance of survival. Heaven Saint Du said in a deep voice. There was still a ferocious person overseeing Wanxiang City, and he would not watch them die in the hands of the true demons. All right, Earth Saint Li Hong nodded. Then let's fight. Human Saint Lu Tianxiong raised his arm. Kill. Heavenly Saint Du soared into the sky and pounced at one of the demonic dragons. With a wave of his hand, streaks of divine light pierced through the demonic dragon like rainbows. Feeling threatened, the demon dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black demon fire at Heaven Saint Du. Du directly broke through the demonic flames. Rays of divine light directly struck the demonic dragon's body, piercing through its huge body. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. There was no demonic blood splattering out from the demonic dragon's wound. Instead, the huge wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Du was extremely shocked. This demon dragon was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. However, he clearly saw Gu Ling smash a demon dragon to death with a bronze mace. Boss, we're here. At this moment, Li Hong and Lu Tianxiong rushed over. The 3 saints started fighting against the demon dragon. The extremely powerful aura of the sage Tao filled the air, causing all the living beings in Wanxiang City to be extremely terrified. Just a bunch of ants. Is the one in the city not planning to come out yet? An old voice sounded from afar. A white-haired old man stood there, filled with demon chi. This was an old true demon. Although this true demon looked extremely old, the demon might exuding from his body was much stronger than any other true demon. Humph. Chapter 2806. The demonic beasts had surrounded the city and the true demons had arrived. All the living beings in Wanxiang City were panicking as if doomsday had arrived. The sky was dark. Outside Wanxiang City, the heaven, earth, and human saints were fighting a demonic dragon. It was a saint-level demonic dragon that was extremely powerful. However, this was not the scariest part of the demonic dragon. It seemed to have an immortal body. Even if the heaven, earth, and human saints attacked its body with great techniques, it could still recover quickly and completely. Looks like it's hard to kill this demonic dragon with normal methods, Earth Saintly Hong said as he instantly dodged the demonic dragon's claws. Then we'll destroy its soul. Heaven Saint Du said. Since the demonic dragon's body was indestructible, they would start with its soul. As long as they could destroy the beast's soul, they would naturally be able to kill it. Not bad, Human Saint Lu Tianxiong said as he fought. The fact that the three saints couldn't even take down a single demon dragon made the three saints lose all face. It had to be known that there were 7 other demon dragons besides this one. If those demon dragons attacked at the same time, the 3 of them would have no choice but to sacrifice themselves. Fortunately, those demonic dragons did not attack the heaven, earth, and human saints. They were only attacking the defensive formation of Wanxiang City with all their might. The protective barrier formed by the power of the formation was constantly dimming. Rumble. The protective barrier shook violently and cracks began to appear on it. The 7-headed demonic dragon was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to 7 saint-level existences. What should we do? Zhuge Liang, who was on top of the city wall, did not know what to do. The other soldiers were already paralyzed on the ground, trembling in extreme fear. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist and the Herculean demonic ape started fighting. Buzz. The Phoenix Tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand was vibrating. Shadows of divine phoenixes appeared on the Phoenix Tribulation. Towering flames burned half of the sky red, forcing the Herculean demonic ape to retreat. Why isn't the Lord doing anything? The Iron Blood Taoist thought to himself, is the Lord really going to let those demons break into Wanxiang City? More and more cracks appeared on the light barrier, as if it could shatter at any time. It was a moment of life and death for Wanxiang City. If Gufei did not make a move, then Wanxiang City would definitely not be able to hold on. It would be massacred by the demons that had breached Wanxiang City. Ha, iron-blooded brat, your end has arrived. The Herculean demonic ape rushed back from afar and stared at the Iron Blood Taoist while laughing. Humph, who knows whose doomsday has arrived? The Iron Blood Taoist sneered as he tightened his grip on the Phoenix Tribulation. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. The demonic ape of great strength approached the Iron Blood Taoist with a smile. A powerful true demon aura emanated from its body, causing the entire space to tremble as if it could not contain such a powerful demonic body. Extreme Devil Samsara. The demonic ape of great strength roared and attacked the Iron Blood Taoist. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the void and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the vortex, instantly enveloping the Iron Blood Taoist. The demonic ape of great strength roared and attacked the Iron Blood Taoist directly. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the void and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the vortex, instantly enveloping the Iron Blood Taoist. The demonic ape of great strength wanted to send the Iron Blood Taoist into the samsara. Divine Phoenix spreads its wings. The Iron Blood Taoist did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the Great Divine Phoenix technique, and an extremely powerful Divine Phoenix shadow rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation. It was as if a real Divine Phoenix had descended into the world. With just a flap of its wings, it shattered the pitch-black vortex. What? The battle strength displayed by the Iron Blood Taoist was so powerful that even the demonic ape of great strength was shocked. However, this demonic ape was a true demon after all. It had lived for countless years and had extremely rich battle experience. It attacked again and fought against the Iron Blood Taoist. The battle was extremely intense. The battle strength of the two experts could be said to be evenly matched. However, the Iron Blood Taoist had the Emperor armament, the Phoenix Tribulation. As such, the Iron Blood Taoist had the upper hand. Boom! Just as the Iron Blood Taoist and the demonic ape were fighting, a loud bang was heard. The protective barrier of Wanxiang City finally could not withstand the attack of the Sage Demon Dragon and shattered. Countless runes dissipated in the void. Roar. The demon dragon's roar shook the heavens. A gigantic demon dragon the size of a mountain charged into the sky above Wanxiang City. It opened its mouth and was about to spit out demon fire. However, at that moment, a ray of divine light flashed past. The demon dragon in the sky above Wanxiang City crashed down from the sky without even making a sound. What? The Wanxiang City cultivators, who were already in despair, were extremely shocked at this scene. No one expected the Wanxiang City to have such an expert who could kill a sage with a wave of his hand. The demon dragon that fell from the sky did not actually land on the ground. One must know that there were many houses where the demon dragon had landed. If the demon dragon had landed, many people would have died. The demonic dragon was thrown out by a force and smashed into the countless demonic creatures outside the city, instantly killing many of them. Roar. The remaining demonic dragons roared as they instinctively felt threatened. Moreover, these demonic dragons didn't even know how their companions were killed. Are you finally going to make a move? An old voice was heard from outside Wanxiang City. A figure appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. It was an old man with white hair and beard. At this moment, a figure walked out from the Wanxiang City Lord's residence. That person was Gu Fei. To be more precise, it was a clone of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's clone was also an extremely powerful existence. The battle strength of the clone was not much different from his original body. Swoosh! Gu Fei's clone soared into the sky and came before the old man. The demon dragon was thrown out by a force and crashed into the countless demonic creatures outside the city, killing many of them instantly. Roar! The remaining demonic dragons roared as they instinctively felt threatened. Moreover, these demonic dragons didn't even know how their companions were killed. Are you finally going to make a move? An old voice was heard from outside Wanxiang City. A figure appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. It was an old man with white hair and beard. At this moment, a figure walked out from the Wanxiang City Lord's residence. That person was Gu Fei. To be more precise, it was a clone of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's clone was also an extremely powerful existence. The battle strength of the clone was not much different from his original body. Swoosh! Chapter 2807. In the end, the Wanxiang City was breached and the light barrier collapsed. The remaining demonic dragons rushed to the sky above the city, preparing to massacre the living beings in the city. However, at this time, Gu Fei finally made his move. He casually shot out a beam of divine light that pierced through a demonic dragon and destroyed its primordial spirit. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook and the demonic might was vast and mighty. But at this time, every demonic dragon sensed danger and didn't dare to act rashly. One must know that this was a saint-rank demonic dragon. It was definitely much stronger than an ordinary sage. At this time, Gu Fei's clone and the old man were facing each other in the sky. The old man stood in the void and all the demonic dragons retreated. You're underestimating me too much. You're only using a clone to fight against me. The old man looked at Gu Fei and narrowed his eyes. Rays of light shot out from the slits of his eyes, and a powerful true demon might erupted from his body. A clone is enough to deal with you, Gu Fei said calmly. His words were filled with incomparable confidence. At his level of cultivation, even his clone's battle strength wouldn't be weaker than other Saint Venerables. This old true demon's cultivation was only at the Saint Venerable realm. What a big tone. The old true demon was truly angered. He was a big figure in the Eastern region Devil Cave. A Saint Venerable true demon could become an old ancestor. But now, he was being looked down upon. It's not that I'm big, but I have the strength, Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He even dared to kill the real true demon ancestor. Why would he be afraid of a mere Saint Venerable true demon? Although this true demon was very strong, it couldn't be that strong. It was absolutely impossible for him to be mentioned in the same breath as the true demon ancestor. Haha, the old true demon laughed angrily. Then let me see if you really have the strength. As the old true demon spoke, he waved his hand and a ball of demonic light immediately rushed out of his hand, instantly turning into a large net that enveloped Gu Fei. The demonic chi was vast and mighty. Gu Fei discovered that the demonic net was actually completely formed from an ancient demonic pattern. It was shaped like a net, but it would be more appropriate to call it a demonic diagram. The demonic inscriptions intertwined and formed a demonic diagram, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The most powerful demonic power instantly sealed the void and obliterated Gu Fei. Gu Fei leisurely waved his hand, and a dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from his hand. It cut through the void and fiercely chopped at the demonic diagram that enveloped the area. This was the heaven-punishing sword light, an extreme sword technique. The extremely sharp sword light directly split the demonic diagram in half, and the demonic patterns dissipated in the void. After the sword projection broke through the demonic diagram, it instantly soared for tens of millions of feet, slashing directly toward the old true demon. A terrifying sword chi spread out, and the temperature of the entire world plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. Gu Fei's sword was too powerful. It was as if it wanted to split the entire world in half. Even the living beings thousands of miles away could still feel the cold air invading their bodies, making them feel cold all over. The old true devil couldn't help but be moved by this shocking sword. The power of this sword couldn't be underestimated. His figure blurred and actually left an afterimage on the spot, instantly dodging the attack. Gu Fei's sword only destroyed the afterimage of the old true devil. Rumble. The old devil continued to attack. Demonic patterns rushed out from his body and turned into huge stars, smashing towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner. Each of the huge stars emitted a terrifying power that could crush the world and the void. It was as if a supreme demonic star had appeared in the world, blooming with endless demonic light. This was simply the rhythm of the end of the world. Seeing the huge stars smashing towards him, Gu Fei was still very calm. He naturally wouldn't let these demonic stars fall into Wanxiang City. It must be known that if any of these huge stars fell to the ground, it could instantly destroy Wanxiang City. Watch my flying immortal sword. As Gu Fei spoke, rays of golden light rushed out from his body like a primordial divine lotus blooming. In the next moment, countless rays of primordial sword light soared into the sky, slashing towards the falling stars. The sword light of primal chaos collided with the stars falling from the sky. The stars exploded and were destroyed by the sword light of primal chaos. This was an extremely shocking scene. It was as if a star field had exploded and destroyed the world. All the cultivators in Wanxiang City were stunned when they saw the scene in the sky. Many people didn't know that this person was Gu Fei. Only the core figures of Wanxiang City knew who the black-robed youth in the sky who could contend against the old true devil was. At this time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and directly killed his way into the shattering starry sky. The sky was boiling. Gu Fei was fighting the old true devil. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, and even the demonic clouds shrouding the sky were scattered. Although it was only an incarnation, Gu Fei's incarnation was also exceptionally powerful and displayed supreme battle strength. Bang! A figure flew out. The old true devil was sent flying. Demonic blood dripped down from the sky. Before the blood landed on the ground, it started burning in the void, turning into demonic flames that soared into the sky and burned towards Gu Fei. The dark blue demonic fire instantly enveloped the entire sky, burning the void into noiseless annihilation. Mere demonic flames can't do anything to me. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He directly chased after the old true devil. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the old true devil. Then, he stomped down. Boom. Another heavy sound of impact resounded. It was as if someone was beating a heavenly drum. The entire sky shook. The old true devil roared and directly fell from the sky. At this time, they were already far away from Wanxiang City. Boom. With a loud sound, the ground trembled. Dust rose high into the sky. The ground undulated violently like waves, and then spread out in all directions. The place where the old true devil fell happened to be the place where countless demonic creatures gathered. At the instant the old true devil fell, countless demonic creatures instantly died. When the terrifying fluctuations spread out, countless demonic creatures directly collapsed in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist and dissipating in the air. Roar. The old true devil roared in anger. He never imagined that his opponent would be so powerful. His demonic body was almost torn apart by that person's stomp. Even if his demonic body didn't crack, hideous cracks appeared on it. Demonic blood seeped out from the cracks on his demonic body. Bang! In the next moment, the ground exploded. A demonic shadow rushed out from the ground and directly soared into the sky. Chapter 2808. The old true demon was going crazy. His face had been stepped on, and he had fallen from the sky, smashing into the big pit in the ground once again. Roar! The old true demon was enraged. Terrifying true demon power spread out from his body, causing the whole ground to undulate, and hideous cracks to appear on the ground. Endless demonic chi soared into the sky from the big pit, shrouding the whole world. Why aren't you two coming over to help? Are you just enjoying the scenery? The old true demon's voice came from the depths of the ground. He didn't dare to rush out of the ground rashly. After all, the feeling of his face being stepped on made him want to bang his head against the wall and die. He was a high and mighty true demon. Moreover, he was an expert among the true demons. When had his face ever been stepped on? This was unimaginable. He had never imagined that someone would dare to step on his face in this life. The old true demon had no choice but to ask for help. Only now did he realize that there was a huge gap between him and the black-clothed youth. He couldn't even deal with an incarnation of the other party. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar came from afar. The three true demons who hadn't attacked yet were roaring. The remaining demonic dragons rushed towards Gu Fei. They opened their mouths and spewed out terrifying demonic fire. The monstrous demonic fire burned towards Gu Fei. This was the demonic fire. It could burn the sky and boil the sea. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the void was incinerated by the burning of this demonic fire. However, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of this demonic fire. He waved his hand and unleashed a heaven-punishing sword light. The dazzling sword light was indestructible, and it directly broke through the layers of demonic fire. Then, he slashed a charging demonic dragon in half. Demonic blood splattered everywhere. The huge demonic dragon's corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a big pit. The demonic blood that fell from the sky actually corroded the ground, creating countless holes. The ground was dyed black by the demonic blood. The land that was stained by demonic blood was regarded as an ominous place. After being stained by the demonic blood of a saint-level demonic dragon, this place was no longer suitable for living creatures other than demonic creatures to live in. To be able to easily kill a saint-level demon dragon, this kind of combat power was really shocking. Gu Fei attacked consecutively and killed all the demonic dragons that were charging at him. This caused everyone on top of Wanxiang City's city wall to be extremely shocked. Those weren't ordinary demonic creatures, they were sacred-rank demonic dragons. This was especially true for the heaven, earth, man, and human saints. They were even more shocked because they knew how powerful these demon dragons were. Only by joining hands could they contend against a single demon dragon. The battle was still ongoing. The heaven, earth, and human saints were fighting the demonic dragon fiercely. Gu Fei did not seem to have any intention of helping them. The three saints also knew that if they could not even deal with a demon dragon, they would not have the face to work for this savage. Roar! The demon dragon roared and spat out terrifying demon fire at the three saints, forcing them to dodge. Among the three saints, Earth Saint Li Hong's entire body was emitting lightning. Dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from his body and tore through the void. He was like an ancient god of thunder, his body exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, and bolts of lightning circled around him. Infinite lightning strike. Earth Saint Li Hong attacked with all his might. Balls of lightning descended from the sky, smashing towards the demon dragon with a terrifying destructive force. Boom! Balls of lightning exploded, and a large area of demonic fire was shattered by the power of thunder and lightning. Li Hong directly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the demonic dragon. The powerful lightning tore through the demon dragon's gigantic body, piercing through it and bringing with it a large amount of demon blood. Earth Saint Li Hong's figure appeared in the void. If it was any other living being, they would have been severely injured. One must know that the power of lightning represented destruction. The wounds on the demon dragon's body were still filled with electricity. However, the wounds on the demon dragon's body were still healing rapidly. The electricity that had invaded the demon dragon's body was constantly being forced out by the power of the demon Tao. The power of the great Tao of lightning could not really hurt the demon dragon. Swoosh! Just as the demon dragon was forcing out the power of lightning, a brilliant sword light flashed by, and the demon dragon's mountain-like head fell from the sky. Heaven Saint Du made his move, using his flying sword with all his might to cut off the demon dragon's head. However, a scene that left the three saints dumbfounded appeared. The demon dragon's head was wrapped in a ball of demonic light and flew up. The headless body did not fall from the sky. The dragon's head and body were actually joined together. What? The three saints were shocked to the extreme. Why was this demon dragon so difficult to kill? They had seen Gu Fei kill a demon dragon with a single sword strike. It did not seem like there was anything special about it, but when it was their turn, it was so difficult. Actually, they had already figured out the reason behind it. The sword light that Gu Fei shot out could directly destroy the demon dragon's life force. Even its essence spirit could be destroyed in an instant. However, they could not destroy the demon dragon's life force. Naturally, this demon dragon would not die. Let's do it. The three saints looked at each other and gritted their teeth. They used their final trump card. They summoned their Tao flames at the same time, wanting to refine this demon dragon alive. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook violently. The figures of the three saints disappeared. The three of them joined forces and created a furnace. They sealed the demon dragon in the furnace and wanted to refine it into ashes. Divine patterns of the great path were imprinted in the void. Within the furnace, Tao flames rose. The demon dragon roared continuously, wanting to rush out of the furnace. However, this time, the three saints were really putting their lives on the line. They wanted to refine this demon dragon even at the cost of their vitality. Soon, the demon dragon in the furnace was charred black by the Tao flames. A meaty aroma wafted out of the furnace. This was a demon dragon roasted in Tao flames. Unfortunately, the demon dragon's flesh could not be eaten. This was because the demon dragon's flesh and blood contained a very strong demonic nature. If a mortal ate this demon dragon's flesh, it was very likely that they would become demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. Even if a cultivator ate this demon dragon's flesh, there was a risk of chi deviation, and it would be difficult for them to concentrate on their cultivation. Roar! The demon dragon kept struggling and roaring in the furnace that the three saints had created. Under the refinement of the Tao flames, the demon dragon's flesh, bones, and tendons were constantly turning into ashes. Just as the three saints joined forces to create the furnace to refine the demon dragon, the battle between the Iron-Blood Taoist and the demonic ape had reached its climax. The demonic ape was extremely powerful, forcing the Iron-Blood Taoist to constantly retreat. Chapter 2809. The demonic ape was indeed a powerful demon that was comparable to the golden spiritual ape. Its long arms had a terrifying power that could shatter the void. With a wave of its arms, the entire world shook. The Iron-Blood Taoist was suppressed. Even though he had the supreme emperor weapon, the Phoenix Tribulation, it was the same. Without the Phoenix Tribulation, he would have been killed by the demonic ape. Virum. The Iron-Blood Taoist used the Divine Phoenix technique. It was as if he had transformed into a phoenix that had been reborn from the divine flames. The power of the true phoenix was vast and mighty as it fought the demonic ape. Bang! A demonic fist came and sent the divine phoenix that the Iron-Blood Taoist had transformed into flying. The divine phoenix wailed, but then it soared into the sky again, emitting monstrous true phoenix divine fire. The divine fire of the true phoenix swept towards the Herculean demonic ape in an earth-shattering manner, burning the sky and the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was one of the true flames of the Great Path. Lines of the true phoenix could be faintly seen in the flames, drawing upon the power of the true phoenix. It was so powerful that it could burn the sky and boil the sea. Not enough, not enough. You are not strong enough. The demonic ape was surrounded by demonic light. It roared and charged at the iron-blood Taoist. The true phoenix divine fire could not even get close to it. It was repelled by the demonic light. How dare you? The iron-blood Taoist was shocked. He could not really use the power of the phoenix tribulation. It should be known that this was a supreme emperor weapon. Even a Saint Venerable would not be able to make this weapon display its true power. Rumble. The divine phoenix flapped its wings. Although it was sent flying again and again, it still fought. The iron-blood Taoist was like a phoenix bathed in fire. He had an immortal body. Just as the iron-blood Taoist was in a difficult battle, the heaven, earth, and man saints had already decided the winner. The body of the demonic dragon sealed in the furnace of heaven and earth had been refined. Only a ball of demonic light, wrapped around the demonic dragon's primordial spirit, was holding on. There was no doubt that the demonic dragon was powerful. But now, the heaven, earth, and man saints were fighting with all their might. They did not hesitate to use their vitality to draw out the natal fire to refine the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's protective demonic light was constantly being worn away by the flames of the way. The demonic dragon's primordial spirit within the demonic light kept struggling, but it was powerless. It could not break through the furnace of heaven and earth and escape. It was only a matter of time before the mystic dragon's body and soul were completely destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei's clone was fighting against the three true demons. A terrifying aura filled the world, causing the countless demonic creatures on the ground to flee for their lives. The flying demonic ants and demonic butterflies in the sky had already flown off somewhere. Gu Fei's clone was fighting 1 against 3, yet it was still able to handle the situation with ease. This shocked the old true devil to the extreme. He had a bad feeling that this fellow was too powerful. What's going on? How could there be such a person in Wanxiang City? One of the true devils said in a trembling voice. This was a devil spider, a black devil spider. Its 8 claws were like 8 devil spears that pierced through the void, stabbing towards Gu Fei. The information was wrong. Why don't we retreat? One of the true devils said. This was a devil crocodile, a blood-colored devil crocodile. It was extremely powerful and was at the level of a sage king. The devil crocodile spewed out blood-colored demonic flames, desperately burning towards Gu Fei. Anything that was burned by the demonic flames would instantly turn into a pile of ashes. However, the blood-colored demonic flames could not burn Gu Fei's body. Bang! Gu Fei sent the devil crocodile flying with a punch. The entire head of the devil crocodile exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. However, the next moment, the head of the devil crocodile that Gu Fei had exploded grew out again. It was not killed by Gu Fei's punch. It continued to fiercely attack Gu Fei. If one wanted to kill a true demon of this level, ordinary methods would not work. One had to use special methods. However, Gu Fei did not expect to kill this devil crocodile with a single punch. He had not fought against a creature of this level in a long time. He had not had enough fun yet. Retreat? Impossible. The old true devil flatly refused. It desperately attacked Gu Fei. It wanted to use this guy's blood to wash away the humiliation it had suffered. Then let's fight. The other 2 true devils could only brace themselves and attack Gu Fei with all their strength. Swish! The dazzling sword light flashed in the void, and 5 of the demon spider's 8 claws were immediately cut off by the sword light. The devil spider screamed and retreated. Devil blood dripped down from the sky. When the crocodile saw this, it couldn't help but be shocked and also retreated. Only the old true devil charged forward. His extremely powerful true devil power spread out, and the entire world trembled under the power of this devil Tao. This was a huge collision. The old true devil was going all out. The 2 supreme powers collided, causing destructive energy fluctuations to spread in all directions. Even the demon crocodile, which had retreated to the side, was sent flying by this force. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like bolts of lightning. The old true devil was sent flying again. This time, his devil body cracked in the air, but it instantly reformed as if it had never cracked in the first place. However, the old true devil was very clear that he had already damaged his foundation. He was coughing up blood, and his spirit was dispirited. He seemed even older. Let's run. The devil crocodile and the devil spider that had just recovered glanced at each other, then turned and fled. They didn't care about anything else. If they continued to fight, there would only be one result: death. True devils were all old antiques that had lived for countless years. In the entire eastern devil lair, there were only 5 or 6 of them. If 4 of them were killed at once, the eastern devil lair would definitely suffer a great blow. However, everything was already under Gu Fei's control. Not a single true devil would be able to escape. All right, that's all for now. It's time to pack up, Gu Fei's clone said nonchalantly. Then, an extremely sharp sword light shot out from his hand and cut the devil crocodile in half. Swish! He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the devil spider. Then, he stomped down with his foot. Bam! With a loud bang, the demonic spider was crushed into pieces by his foot. Even its primordial spirit was directly shattered. The devil spider and the devil crocodile were both dead in body and soul. Their huge corpses fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake. Devil blood splattered everywhere, and dust rose high into the sky. Seeing this scene, the old true devil was extremely shocked. It had to be known that those were true devils. Yet, they had been cleanly killed by this person with a single slash of his sword. I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei strode toward the old true devil, a powerful battle intent surging from his body. Kill. The old true devil knew that he would most likely have to give up his life here today. He threw caution to the wind and crazily urged the power of the demonic path in his body. Rays of light rushed out of his body and turned into shocking demonic swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. With a single punch, Gu Fei shattered all of the demonic swords that had pierced through his body. Then, he punched again, shattering the old true devil's demonic body once more. Roar! The old true devil's head flew up. He roared in anger, and the shattered flesh and blood blossomed with a dazzling devil light. Then, they instantly gathered together. A figure once again appeared in the void. Haha, good. I'd like to see how many punches you can take. Gu Fei laughed heartily and threw another punch at the old true demon. Without any suspense, the old true devil's devil body was once again shattered by Gu Fei's punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. However, this old devil was truly extraordinary. He actually condensed another devil body. Swish! The old true devil directly tore through the void, wanting to escape. He was truly afraid now. His opponent definitely had the ability to kill him. If he didn't escape now, there would be no need for him to escape anymore. However, it was impossible for Gu Fei to let him escape. He wanted to establish his might. He wanted everyone to know that he, Gu Fei, had returned. Rumble! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge palm appeared between heaven and earth, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Bang! The void exploded. The old true devil who had just escaped into the primal chaos was blasted out by Gu Fei's palm. The power of the heaven-covering palm erupted, and the old true devil's devil body was once again turned into a cloud of blood mist. This time, the old true devil's devil body recovered very slowly. It took a long time for his devil body to reform. Again, Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and punched out again. The old true devil was truly afraid. His undying source energy was continuously being whittled away by his opponent. He could already imagine the final outcome. He didn't want to die. However, everything was no longer under his control. He had already been locked on by Gu Fei. He simply couldn't escape, and he couldn't defeat him. This was simply the rhythm of waiting for death. The old true devil's devil body collapsed. Some devil essence within his flesh and blood was annihilated. At this time, everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. How could there be such an expert in Wanxiang City? It was absolutely impossible, unless that person had returned. Some people had already guessed Gu Fei's identity. Moreover, among those who came to watch the battle, there were many people from the Dongfang family and the desolate ancient Zhao family. Some of them had seen Gu Fei before. When they saw that valiant and invincible figure, they were even more terrified. That fierce person has returned. The people from the Dongfang family and the desolate ancient Zhao family hurriedly transmitted this news back to their clans. What? That person has returned? The entire Dongfang family was shaken. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was somewhat surprised. That person could actually return from the heaven world alive. This meant that he must have passed the heavenly tribulation. Martial Path Saint Sovereign? Such a voice rang out from the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral land. When this news reached the desolate ancient Zhao family, the higher-ups of the Zhao family were also incomparably shocked. However, they weren't too worried. This was because the grudge between them and Gu Fei had already been resolved. Humph, the Dongfang family is going to be in big trouble. Chapter 28:10. There was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei didn't use his real body, only his clone, but he was still incomparably powerful. Even the true devil wasn't a match for him. 2 true devils were killed by him, one after another. The old true devil was extremely powerful and had an inextinguishable demonic nature in his body. It wasn't easy to kill this kind of devil. Every time Gu Fei's clone punched out, the old true devil's body would be directly smashed and turned into a bloody mist. However, this bloody mist would still condense again and reconstruct the devil's body. However, it took longer and longer for the old devil to reconstruct the devil's body. The inextinguishable demonic nature in his devil's body was constantly being weakened by Gu Fei. In the end, the old true devil was tortured to death by Gu Fei. The inextinguishable demonic nature in the devil's body was finally completely obliterated, and the devil's body could no longer be reconstructed. A true devil that had lived for countless years was killed in body and soul by Gu Fei's clone just like that. As soon as the old true devil died, the Herculean devil ape immediately tore open the void. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't. A golden light descended from the sky. Within the golden light, a golden divine ape directly pounced down. Boom! The golden divine ape waved its fist and sent the Herculean demonic ape flying thousands of meters away. The ape crashed into a mountain peak and smashed the upper half of it. Yuan Hong. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the golden divine ape that suddenly appeared. However, the next moment, he knew that this divine ape wasn't Yuan Hong. However, it had to be said that the golden godly ape really looked like Yuan Hong. The golden fur on the godly ape's body was glowing like a ball of burning golden flames. Although this divine ape wasn't Yuan Hong, it was also a golden spirit ape with a very pure bloodline. As soon as the Herculean demonic ape saw this golden divine ape, it immediately flew into a rage and charged forward. The Herculean demonic ape and the divine ape fought fiercely. Boom! The Herculean demonic ape punched out, creating a huge hole in heaven and earth. The golden divine ape was directly knocked into the chaotic void. Roar! The golden ape roared in rage. It broke through the chaos and rushed out, engaging in a fierce battle with the demonic ape of Herculean strength. Powerful metal elemental energy filled the air. This golden ape was very strong and could fight against the Herculean demon ape. This way, the Iron Blood Taoist was relieved. He could rest for a while. Where did this golden ape come from? The Iron Blood Taoist was curious as to why such a powerful being would appear at this time. Only Gu Fei vaguely guessed some things. The reason why Yuan Hong came down to the mortal realm was to search for the golden-eyed godly ape lineage in the mortal realm. It seemed like the golden spirit ape lineage really did exist in the mortal realm. After dealing with the old demon, Gu Fei watched from the side. At this time, his gaze fell on the 3 saints in the distance. The 3 saints of heaven, earth, and man did not hesitate to damage their own cultivation and joined forces to create the furnace of heaven and earth, using their own natal flames of the way to refine the demonic dragon. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Du Yu and the other 2 saints using such a method. These 3 saints were not bad, but he still needed to observe them for a while before he could be at ease. After experiencing the rebellion of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, Gu Fei was even more careful. He would not let something like that happen again. In the end, The demon dragon that was sealed in the heaven and earth furnace by the three saints was refined alive. Both its body and soul were destroyed. Now, only the Herculean demonic ape was left among the three invading true demons. However, it had encountered a powerful opponent, the golden spirit ape. The demonic ape and the divine ape seemed to be evenly matched. Neither was able to completely suppress the other. However, the demonic ape was clearly scared. It had personally witnessed the old true demon being killed by Gu Fei. The old true demon was a true demon that was much stronger than it. If the black-robed young man attacked it, then there would only be one outcome for it, death. However, Gu Fei had no intention of attacking it. The Herculean demonic ape retreated as it fought. It didn't want to be beaten up by the crowd. Soon, the demonic ape and the golden spirit ape left Wanxiang City and fought deep into the mountains. Meanwhile, the countless demonic creatures surrounding Wanxiang City were retreating rapidly like a receding tide. Roar! A roar resounded from Wanxiang City. A giant ape, as tall as a small mountain and covered in snow-white fur, rushed out of Wanxiang City. A figure was standing on the shoulder of this giant ape. That person was Gu Ling. The giant ape was the snow ape that Gu Fei had subdued in the Heaven Realm snow region. This was an immortal-level snow ape. Its cultivation wasn't great, but it was very ferocious. The snow ape had been given to Gu Ling by Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Ling was standing on the giant ape's shoulder and excitedly killing the retreating demonic creatures. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. Ordinary demonic creatures were naturally no match for Gu Ling. They were defeated by her, leaving behind countless corpses. Rumble. Incomparably shocking sounds came from the mountains. A terrifying demonic aura filled the air. The Herculean demonic ape was indeed a demonic ape that could fight against the golden spirit ape. However, the golden spirit ape wasn't a weakling either. Dull crashing sounds came from the depths of the mountains. The battle between the Herculean demonic ape and the golden spirit ape had reached its climax. Mountain peaks were collapsing and the entire mountain was shaking. Hideous fissures continuously appeared on the ground. Bang! A figure flew out from the depths of the mountains. It was a figure covered in demonic aura. The Herculean demonic ape was actually sent flying by a punch from the golden spirit ape. Demonic blood dripped from the sky. A true demon is only a... The golden spirit ape was very domineering as it chased after the Herculean demonic ape. As it waved its hands, rays of golden light blades rushed out from its hands and slashed at the Herculean demonic ape. Each golden light blade had Tao patterns faintly discernible within it, and each blade light cut through the void. The Herculean demonic ape waved its fists, using its flesh and blood to fight against the light blades. However, the result was unexpected. The Herculean demonic ape's fists were incredible. They actually blocked all the golden light blades that came slashing at it. With each punch, there was a flash of golden light. When the golden light blades collided with the Herculean demonic ape's fists, they were directly shattered by the demonic ape's fists. Boom! Just as the Herculean demonic ape blocked the golden light blades, the golden spirit ape's fists had already smashed into the Herculean demonic ape's shoulders. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The Herculean demonic ape was sent flying by the golden spirit ape's fist. This was a diversion tactic. The golden spirit ape had rich combat experience. It pretended to use all its strength to strike the golden light blades, as if it was going to fight the Herculean demonic ape to the death. However, the real attack was the golden spirit ape's fists. Swoosh! The golden spirit ape turned into a beam of golden light and directly chased after the Herculean demonic ape. Its big foot directly stepped on the Herculean demonic ape's head. The Herculean demonic ape was shocked and angry. Its opponent's speed was too fast. In just an instant, the big foot was already in front of it. It could only use its hands to protect its head. Bang! Crack! The sound of impact and bones breaking was heard at the same time. The Herculean demonic ape screamed and fell from the sky. Boom! It hit the ground with a bang, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. A large pit appeared on the ground. "I'll send you on your way," the golden spirit ape roared. A strong metal elemental power erupted from its body, and its entire body bloomed with dazzling golden light. Rumble, like a golden sun falling from the sky, it emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and directly smashed towards the Herculean demonic ape. The terrifying power wave spread out, and the entire world was shaking. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the golden spirit ape's powerful combat power. The Iron Blood Taoist couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. One must know that he had been fighting this Herculean demonic ape before, and he knew very well how powerful and terrifying it was. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Tribulation, the Iron Blood Taoist wouldn't be a match for this Herculean demonic ape. However, the Herculean demonic ape was now being suppressed by a golden spirit ape. The golden sun fell from the sky, causing the world to shake. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the golden sun. Roar! The Herculean demonic ape kept roaring in the pit. At this moment, the true demon had reached the moment of life and death. It had to fight with all its might. However, even though the Herculean demonic ape was fighting with all its might, it couldn't change anything. Rumble, the earth was shaking, and the ground undulated like waves. The power wave coming from the pit was too powerful. The demonic aura and the golden light intertwined in the pit and canceled each other out. Soon, the golden light gained the upper hand and suppressed the demonic aura. More than 2 hours later, the Herculean demonic ape was suppressed to death by the golden spirit ape. A rare and incomparably powerful Herculean demonic ape had fallen just like that. After killing the Herculean demonic ape, the golden spirit ape left immediately, ignoring Gu Fei and the others. We won. We won. The demons retreated. When the news spread to Wanxiang City, everyone was extremely excited. They actually repelled the attack of the demons. This was simply a miracle. One must know that the invaders were the true demons, the 4 great true demons. However, so what if they were true demons? They could still be injured and die. As long as one had enough power, even a true demon could be killed with a single slash. The entire Wanxiang City was in an uproar. Everyone knew who had returned. This was a famous villain in the human world. They didn't expect him to return from the heaven realm. Gu Fei's battle had shocked the Eastern Demon Denver. The death of the 4 great true demons was definitely a heavy loss to the Eastern Demon Denver. Chapter 2811. Gu Fei's return was absolutely a huge matter to the various powers of the eastern territory of the mortal dimension, because he alone was capable of changing the situation of the powers in the entire eastern territory. With the return of this ferocious person, Wanxiang City was no longer a pushover that could be easily bullied. The eastern domain demons were utterly defeated by Gu Fei in Wanxiang City. The 4 true demons fell, and countless demonic creatures became cannon fodder. The news spread out and shocked everyone. This was especially true for Gu Fei's enemies, who were even more restless. That guy actually came back alive. A sigh came from the Dongfang family's ancestral ground. Of course, Gu Fei promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu that he wouldn't act against the Dongfang family. However, everyone knew that the grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family would definitely be settled one day. The Western Earth Buddhist sect and Gu Fei also had a great karma. Gu Fei's return also made the Western Earth Buddhist sect very uneasy. While all the major powers were watching, Guling was having a lot of fun in the mountains outside Wanxiang City. She brought the snow ape to hunt demonic creatures in the mountains. Boom! A loud sound came from a valley. A demonic spider the size of a mountain fell from the sky. Very quickly, the demonic blood that seeped out from the spider's body formed a small stream that flowed outwards. Haha, little white, well done. Guling's laughter could be heard. A figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang. It was a white ape that was more than 10 zhang tall. On the white ape's shoulder stood a masked woman. This woman was Guling. Let's continue, Guling said. Roar. The white ape roared towards the sky and leaped up, directly flying out of the valley. Outside the valley, a black figure was quickly escaping. It was a demonic wolf. Although countless demonic creatures had retreated, there were still quite a number of lone demonic creatures in the mountains. Little Master is really worrisome, Just as Gu Ling was about to leave, a figure appeared in the valley. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. He was secretly protecting Gu Ling. One had to know that Gu Ling's cultivation hadn't reached the saint rank yet. If she encountered a powerful saint rank demon, she would be in danger. Thus, Iron Blood Taoist had to follow Gu Ling in secret. Gu Ling's cultivation could break through to the saint realm at any time, but it was definitely not a good choice to undergo the tribulation in the human world. Because the great Tao laws in the mortal realm were incomplete, if one were to undergo tribulation to become a sage in the mortal realm, the sage laws would also be incomplete. This would affect Gu Ling's future cultivation. If he wanted to undergo tribulation, he could only go to the heaven realm. Meanwhile, in Wanxiang City, Gu Fei had dispatched many people to investigate the movements of the various parties because he needed to know the current situation in the mortal dimension, especially the situation in the eastern region. In his opinion, there was only one word that could describe the eastern domain, and that was chaotic. Demons were no longer willing to hide in their devil's dens, and they wanted to come out. Meanwhile, the other forces were constantly fighting for their own territories. Even the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan had conflicts from time to time. The alliance between the two clans had long existed in name only. Following Gu Fei's return, the situation in the eastern domain of the mortal realm had become subtle. Even the demons had restrained themselves and were no longer as unscrupulous as before. Gu Fei didn't forget the purpose of his return. Soon, he sent more people to search for traces of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the immortal demon child, and the others. However, ever since the Southern Heaven Supreme Thearch's rebellion, no one knew where they had hidden themselves. He didn't know how the Red Dragon and Yao Yu were now. Gu Fei still had high hopes for these two disciples of his. He even asked the old tortoise for the Red Dragon's true blood of the ancestral dragon. For a creature like the Red Dragon, the ancestral dragon's true blood could completely transform him into a true dragon, and there was a chance for him to become a powerful ancestral dragon. However, if he couldn't find them, everything would be in vain. At the same time, he also wanted to find his senior and junior brothers who were separated from him in the past and rebuild the Taishan sect. However, he didn't know whether Li Lingfeng was alive or dead, and he couldn't find Zhao Ziru. All of this made Gu Fei very depressed. I'll pay Jiang Renhuang a visit first. I'll think about it after I return to the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei thought of the old tortoise's request. That guy wanted to go somewhere to obtain a great fortune, so he naturally had to help him. Moreover, the great fortune might not necessarily belong to the old tortoise. A great fortune was obtained by the fated one. A great fortune that the old tortoise was thinking about was naturally extraordinary. He was also very curious about what kind of fortune it was that the old tortoise had been thinking about for so many years. Gu Fei then summoned Zhuge Liang and gave him some instructions. He left a clone to oversee the Wanxiang City before he boarded the teleportation formation platform in the Wanxiang City and traveled across the region. The Jiang family of the primordial clan, the place where the human emperor cultivated, was like a paradise. It was a valley located deep within the ancestral ground of the Jiang family. At that moment, two figures were sitting on a boulder in the valley. Jiang Renhuang was wearing a beast skin, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. Beside him were two items, a bone club and a bronze cauldron. Opposite the human emperor sat a black-haired young man. An aura of the great Tao spread from the young man's body. The person was none other than Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's first disciple. On the day Gu Fei ascended into the sky, he had stayed behind and followed Jiang Renhuang. Under the guidance of Jiang Renhuang, his cultivation had improved greatly. He had already reached the peak of the Saint Ruler realm. The news of Gu Fei's return had not reached the Jiang family of the primordial yet. In fact, even if it had reached the Jiang family, no one in the Jiang family would have dared to disturb the human emperor's cultivation. Everyone in the Jiang family was envious of Gu Zhong. After all, no one in the Jiang family had received personal guidance from Jiang Renhuang, but an outsider was cultivating with the ancestor of the human emperor. Some people in the Jiang family could not help but feel resentful towards Gu Zhong. However, the ancestor of the human emperor was supreme in the Jiang family. Even the leader of the Jiang family did not dare to have any complaints, let alone the others. Your talent is not bad. You will be able to undergo the divine tribulation in the future. Zhang Renhuang suddenly opened his eyes and said to Gu Zhong, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Renhuang." Gu Zhong said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. If it were not for the guidance of the human emperor, his cultivation would definitely not have improved so quickly. In this chaotic place, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the chance of survival. This was without a doubt. Buzz. At that moment, the bronze cauldron beside Zhang Renhuang suddenly let out a vibrating sound. At the same time, the runes on a teleportation formation platform in the Jiang family of the primordial began to light up. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the teleportation formation platform. Someone was coming from another region. I did not expect him to return so soon. Chapter 28:12. Buzz. In the Jiang clan's ancestral ground, an ancient teleportation array platform began to vibrate. Runes emerged on the black platform and interweaved into a mysterious array diagram. The space above the platform began to distort as a silhouette crossed the boundary. At this moment, in the Jiang clan's ancestral ground, the higher-ups of the Jiang clan were alarmed and immediately rushed over. It was not a small matter for someone to directly enter the Jiang clan's ancestral ground from the outside world. The ancient array platform had not been activated for a long time. The person who came was definitely not a core member of the Jiang clan, because the core disciples of the Jiang clan were all cultivating in the ancestral ground. Before the Great Change, all the major forces were preparing. Many chose to cultivate in seclusion, while others chose to enter the boundless secular world to experience the various aspects of life. Various methods to increase one's cultivation were carried out by people. After the power of the world disappeared, there were indeed a few people in the mortal world who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a sage. However, the majority of them died under the heavenly tribulation. Not just anyone could take that step and successfully become a saint. However, those who could become a saint were definitely extremely talented. The clan leader of the Jiang clan of the Desolate clan had arrived, along with a group of elders. However, when they saw the person who crossed the boundary, they were extremely shocked. "You actually came back alive." The clan leader's voice trembled slightly. The fact that this person could come back alive meant that this person had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. What kind of concept was this? Another Saint Venerable of the martial Tao had appeared in this world. The Saint Venerable of the martial Tao was definitely the emperor of the Saint Venerables. He could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Ordinary Saint Venerables were like children before him, unable to withstand a single blow. The Jiang clan of the Desolate clan was a clan that had existed for countless years and had even experienced the darkest era of the ancient times. As the higher-ups of the Jiang clan, they naturally knew many secrets that outsiders did not. Clan leader Jiang, it's been a while. Gu Fei appeared on the ancient array platform and cupped his fists at the Jiang clan leader. "Haha, congratulations, little friend." The master of the Jiang family did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei, putting aside the fact that Gu Fei had a friendship with the old ancestor, his cultivation was worthy of being treated seriously. Gu Fei then walked down from the ancient formation platform and was ushered into a large hall by the Jiang clan master. "I believe Senior Jiang already knows why I'm here." After sitting down, Gu Fei spoke to the Jiang family leader. After all, the other party was the Jiang family leader who had attained the Tao before Gu Fei. There was nothing wrong with addressing him as senior. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and battle prowess, he was definitely above the Jiang family's patriarch. He could be on the same level as the Jiang family's patriarch. At this moment, there were many important figures of the Jiang family standing in the main hall. At the entrance of the main hall, there were also many Jiang family geniuses walking around. Many talents of the Jiang family wanted to meet this person who was rumored to be a close friend of the old ancestor. Someone who was valued by the old ancestor of the Jiang family was definitely extraordinary. However, when they saw Gu Fei, they were a little disappointed because Gu Fei's body did not emit any powerful Tao runes or aura at all. In the eyes of the Jiang family's talents, this should not be the case. However, Only the saints of the previous generation of the Jiang family knew that this black-robed young man was very impressive. He had actually cultivated to the return to origin realm. Yes, I'll go see the old ancestor personally. The Jiang family leader nodded. He naturally knew the reason for Gu Fei's visit. After all, the mountain and river cauldron was still in the hands of the old ancestor. That legendary ancient cauldron belonged to Gu Fei. The old ancestor was only temporarily keeping it on behalf of Gu Fei. Just as the Jiang family leader was about to leave for Jiang Renhuang's place of cultivation, a beam of divine light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei disappeared. The higher-ups of the Jiang family in the main hall could not help but be moved. It seems that the old ancestor also knows that Gu Fei is here, the Jiang family leader said. At this moment, in the valley where Jiang Renhuang was, a figure was guided by a beam of divine light and appeared directly on a large rock. Greetings, Senior Renhuang. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed to the figure sitting in front of him. Jiang Renhuang waved his hand and signaled for Gu Fei to sit down. Greetings, Master. A young man standing next to Jiang Renhuang bowed to Gu Fei.
Yes.
Gu Fei nodded and then sat opposite Jiang Renhuang. You really surprised me. You came back so quickly. The Heaven Realm's forbidden area is also your doing, right? Jiang Renhuang said. Hehe, Senior Renhuang is indeed amazing. You even know this. Gu Fei smiled. In fact, with Jiang Renhuang's cultivation, how could he not know what was going on when the Heaven Realm caused such a huge commotion? It's not that I am amazing, it's that you are too good at making trouble. I guess those people are having a headache now. Jiang Renhuang suddenly smiled and said, Those people. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then, his eyes brightened. This was definitely a great secret. The people Jiang Renhuang mentioned were most likely the ones who disappeared. All right, take your cauldron and leave with your disciple. Jiang Renhuang laughed and scolded. Senior Renhuang, I still want to stay here for a while before leaving. Gu Fei said shamelessly. Being able to receive guidance from the human sovereign was his good fortune. Now, even he was envious of Gu Zhong. This guy could actually follow the human sovereign for a period of time. Leave. Jiang Renhuang waved his hand. A ball of golden light immediately enveloped Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. Then, they disappeared into the void. Eastern Domain, Wanxiang City. The iron-blood Taoist's life was too hard. He had a bitter look on his face all day because he realized that his little master really knew how to play. Then, he was tortured to death. There were countless demonic creatures hiding in the mountains outside of Wanxiang City. Gu Ling would go into the mountains to hunt them almost every day. The iron-blood Taoist would secretly follow Gu Ling and make sure that she did not find him. Early in the morning, Gu Ling brought the snow ape and rushed into the mountains. At noon, a beam of divine light suddenly descended from the sky and fell into Wanxiang City. Within the golden light, two figures appeared. Everyone in Wanxiang City was shocked. Zhu Guiliang and the three saints immediately rushed over. However, they were extremely excited when they saw the two figures in the divine light. They were Gu Fei and Gu Zhong, the master and disciple pair. Jiang Renhuang's divine power was truly unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, he sent them back to Wanxiang City. Mountain and river cauldron. When Gu Fei landed on the ground, he suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 28:13. Myriad Phenomenon City. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei rubbed the bump on his head and glanced at his subordinates. Gu Ling had also returned. She stood beside Gu Fei and wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare to. Her undefeatable father actually had a big bump smashed on his head. This was too hilarious. The people in the main hall also felt the same, but no one dared to laugh out loud. One should know that the person sitting in the main hall was a fierce man, famous in both the mortal world and the heavenly realm. Yan and the two children were still in Gu Fei's inner world. At this time, the two children should work hard to improve their cultivation. Yan had always liked peace and didn't like fighting and killing, so she stayed in Gu Fei's inner world and enjoyed the peace. Guling, on the other hand, was a person who couldn't calm down. This was very different from her mother. If it wasn't for the news that her father had returned, she would still be hunting demonic creatures in the mountains. Father, if there's nothing important, I can't go out for a breather. Guling rolled her eyes and said to Gu Fei. A fist-sized furry monkey was sitting on her shoulder. And Gu Fei nodded. Oh yeah. Gu Ling cheered and immediately rushed out of the hall as if she was escaping. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head. His daughter was really too restless. Master, what should we do next? Gu Zhong said. Take back our lost territory and fight whoever we don't like. Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Everyone in the main hall couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they heard Gu Fei's words. Ever since Gu Fei went to the heavenly realm, their territory was constantly being eroded. Originally, they still had more than a dozen small cities in addition to Wanxiang City. But now, other than Wanxiang City, those cities had already changed owners. In the eastern region of the mortal world, other than the Dongfang family, the desolate Zhao family, and the eastern region Devil Den, there were also many great sects and clans. However, these forces were either attached to the primordial Zhao family or the Dongfang family. Naturally, no human forces dared to seek refuge in the eastern region Devil Denver. One had to know that defecting to the demon's den was equivalent to becoming enemies with all living beings in the world. No one was willing to do so. The other forces in the eastern region naturally did not think highly of the Wanxiang City, especially after Gu Fei left and Gu Zhong followed Zhang Renhuang. The Wanxiang City only had the Iron Blood Taoist. The reason why Wanxiang City was still able to exist was that all the forces were wary of Gu Fei and didn't dare to rashly attack Wanxiang City. Another reason was the relationship between Gu Fei and Zhang Renhuang. There was news that Ghost Emperor Fengdu also had some friendship with Gu Fei. Whether it was Zhang Renhuang or the Ghost King of Fengdu, they were not people to be trifled with. Even the Zhao family and the Dongfang family of the Antiquity didn't want to offend them. Thus, the Wanxiang City was able to remain in control despite being surrounded by powerful enemies. However, now that Gu Fei had returned, everything would be different. All right, go and get ready. From tomorrow onwards, we will sweep through everything. Gu Fei said loudly. Yes. Everyone hurriedly accepted the order. They had been too sullen these days, and it was time to vent. However, they didn't know who would be the first to be unlucky. Soon, everyone dispersed and went to prepare. Only Gu Zhong, the Iron Blood Taoist, and Zhuge Liang were left in the main hall. The three saints of heaven, earth, and man performed well during the attack of the true demons, but they still couldn't become Gu Fei's core team. This test was not enough. Master, who are we going to attack tomorrow? Gu Zhong said. There are those who dare to attack us. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and asked, My lord, there are three powers that are attacking our cities. One of them is the Ninth Heaven sect. Out of our 12 cities, 5 of them have been occupied by them. Zhuge Liang said. As for the other 7 cities, they are occupied by the Nine Shade Cult and the Celestial Palace. The Nine Shade Cult occupies 3 cities, and the Celestial Palace occupies 4. Generally speaking, the Nine Heavens sect is the strongest of the 3. The Iron Blood Taoist added. Very well, we will start with them tomorrow. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. After that, he stood up, turned around, and walked into the rear hall. We will start with the 3 forces at the same time. Gu Zhong and the rest were startled. Although these 3 forces couldn't be compared to the desolate era's Zhao clan and the other super forces, they still had experts overseeing them. These 3 forces had powerful backers behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to attack Gu Fei's territory. Finally, it's time to go all out. The Iron Blood Taoist said excitedly and walked out of the main hall. Gu Zhong and Zhuge Liang also left the main hall to prepare. This was a big matter, and they only had 1 day to prepare. A day passed by quickly. When the sky brightened, silhouettes walked out from every corner of Wanxiang City and gathered at the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Other than the 10 million soldiers from Shangqing, there were also 2,000 cultivators gathered at the square. Those who were neutral before began to change their attitude. Very well. Gu Fei didn't show himself, but he could sense the people on the square. 3,000 cultivators was not a weak force. Among these cultivators, there was no lack of experts and experts. There were even a few quasi-saints who came to join them. Soon, Gu Zhong appeared. He passionately said a bunch of words to boost the morale of the people on the square before he started assigning tasks. If they wanted to join Gu Fei, then they must show some sincerity. Soon after, 1,000 soldiers and 2,000 cultivators left Wanxiang City and spread out, heading towards the 12 small cities near Wanxiang City. Unexpectedly, the 1,000 soldiers and the other cultivators did not meet any resistance and took over the 12 cities from the 3 major sections. The 12 cities returned to Gu Fei's hands. The people from the 3 major sects were tactful and immediately retreated after knowing that Gu Fei had returned. However, this matter would not end just like that. Under Gu Zhong's lead, a portion of the cultivators in Wanxiang City charged towards the 9 Heaven sect. This shocked the entire sect. The other 2 sects were also facing the same situation. The Iron Blood Taoist personally led a group of subordinates and surrounded the 9 Shade cult. At the same time, Zhuge Liang and the 3 saints blocked the Palace Lord of Heaven Palace in the main hall of Heaven Palace. Heaven Palace was facing the danger of being destroyed. At this moment, the Palace Lord of Heaven Palace was filled with regret. He shouldn't have tried to invade Gu Fei's territory. The Heaven Palace and the Zhao family of the Desolates were very close. However, when the Palace Lord of Heaven Palace asked the Zhao family for help, not a single person from the Zhao family came to save him. The Palace Master of the Celestial Palace was a saint. Moreover, he was a Saint King. His cultivation was incomparably strong. However, this Saint King knew what he was about to face. Among the 3 saints, the Heavenly Sage was a Sage King. To the Heavenly Sage Du Yu, the Palace Lord of Heaven Palace was a good opponent. The battle between the Heavenly Sage and the Palace Lord of Heaven Palace was unavoidable because there was no longer a need for the Heaven Palace to exist. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the Heaven Palace. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The 2 figures moved quickly in the sky. The battle between the Sage Kings was extremely intense. Every now and then, the blood of the Sage Kings would drip from the sky. Every drop of the Sage King's blood emitted a dazzling blood-red light. The earth was dyed red, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Without any suspense, the Palace Lord of Heaven Palace was finally defeated by the Heavenly Sage Du Yu. He was killed by Du Yu, and the Heaven Palace was destroyed. When the Heaven Palace was destroyed, the Iron Blood Taoist also made his move against the 9 Yin cult. The Phoenix Tribulation rose from his hand and floated above the 9 Yin temple of the 9 Yin cult, stabilizing the area. Iron Blood Taoist, you are going too far. An angry roar came from the 9 Yin temple. Then, a figure appeared outside the gate of the 9 Yin temple. It was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. This old man was surrounded by Yin Qi. The temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly because of his appearance. The 9 Yin cult was a great cult that cultivated the power of Yin. In the Eastern domain, the power of the 9 Yin cult wasn't small. However, they chose to rely on the Dongfang family. 9 friends, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Just accept your fate. The Iron Blood Taoist sneered. Iron Blood Taoist, if you go too far, it won't do you any good. The 9 Yin old man stared at the Iron Blood Taoist and gritted his teeth. He had already expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. In fact, the 9 Yin cult was betting that Gu Fei would fail his heavenly tribulation. If Gu Fei failed his heavenly tribulation, then they could attack Wanxiang City. However, if Gu Fei succeeded his heavenly tribulation and returned to Wanxiang City, then they would be out of luck. The truth was that Gu Fei didn't die under the heavenly tribulation. He came back alive and defeated the 4 true demons of the demons. His might was unfathomable. The battle between Gu Fei and the 4 true demons shook the world. The people of the 9 Yin cult, the Heaven Palace, and the 9 Heaven sect were terrified. They quickly gave up their occupation of the small cities and retreated from them. This was also the reason why Gu Zhong and the others were able to take over the 12 cities without any resistance. I want to go too far. What can you do to me? The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the 9 Yin old man and said coldly, "Kill." The 9 Yin old man roared and directly attacked the Iron Blood Taoist. A black moon appeared behind him, emitting a heart-palpitating wave. Buzz. The space trembled and a black moon rose from the back of the old man of Nine. Then, it pressed down on the iron blood Taoist. The space was shaken by the great force, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. Oomph! The iron blood Taoist sneered and threw a punch at the incoming black moon. A ball of fire rushed out from his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron blood Taoist's fist fiercely smashed into the descending black moon. The black moon was actually sent flying by the force of the impact. Swoosh! Chapter 28:14. The Nine cult was one of the great sects in the eastern region. The reason why it was a great sect was that there was a great ancestor overseeing it. The Nine elder was a sage king. A sect with a sage overseeing it could not be called a great sect, but it was different for a sect with a sage overseeing it. A sage king was not an ordinary person. There were many of them, and those who could cultivate to become a sage king were not simple. However, the iron blood Taoist had mastered the Phoenix Tribulation, and he was also a sage king. He was extremely powerful, and with one punch, he shook off the black moon that the Nine elder had conjured. In an instant, he was in front of the Nine elder. Without any hesitation, the iron blood Taoist threw a punch at the Nine elder. On his fist, a ball of divine fire appeared and emitted a blinding light. Rumble! The entire world shook under the iron blood Taoist's fist. In the light of the fire, divine phoenix Tao patterns appeared indistinctly, activating the power of the great path. The divine phoenix fire was the nemesis of the power of En. 10,000 miles of ice. The Nine elder roared angrily, and a blue divine light spread from his body. Everything that was enveloped by this divine light was instantly frozen, and even the void was frozen. The entire world was instantly frozen, and all the disciples of the Nine cult were not spared. They were all frozen into ice sculptures by the power of En. The terrifying power of En spread out, and all the living creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles were frozen. It was unknown how many living creatures were instantly frozen to death. The people that the iron blood Taoist brought with him had already retreated 10,000 miles away, and they just happened to escape the disaster. They were not affected by the mighty power of En. The Nine elder was decisive in killing. For his own survival, he did not care about the lives of others, even if they were his disciples or his descendants. To the Nine elder, as long as he was alive, he did not care about the lives of others. Good Lord! The iron blood Taoist was extremely shocked. He only felt his body tighten, and a cold air attacked his body. The surging blood in his body actually felt like it was frozen. A layer of transparent ice appeared on his body, and he was actually frozen. The divine phoenix true fire on his body was actually suppressed by his opponent's power of En. Go to hell! Old man Juin's face was ferocious as he punched the frozen iron blood Taoist. He wanted to shatter the frozen iron blood Taoist. However, just as the ninth old man's fist was about to hit the iron blood Taoist, there was a boom sound. Ice shards flew and the ice on the iron blood Taoist's body instantly exploded. Bang! A ball of flame spread out in all directions. Then, a fist that was wreathed in real fire collided with the old man of Nine Yin's fist. A dull sound was heard. The two figures quickly separated and then charged at each other again. This was an evenly matched battle. Both of them were saint rulers, but the Nine elder became extremely worried. This was because the opponent had used the Phoenix's tribulation to seal off an entire region, cutting off his path of retreat. The only way to escape was to kill him. However, the Nine old man knew very well that it would not be easy to kill the other party since the other party had the Phoenix tribulation. You should just accept your fate, the Ironblood Taoist said as he fought with the Nine old man. He was still at ease. Fellow Ironblood, don't go too far. You should know that even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone a human. The Nine old man waved his hand to disperse a few fire blades that were slashing at him as he spoke. He was an old saint ruler and had extremely rich battle experience. You don't have to talk nonsense. If you knew that this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. The Ironblood Taoist said. Buzz. His hands danced, and a series of true fire divine swords appeared in the void. Then, they pierced towards the old man of the nine een. The cold sword chi spread out, causing people to feel a chill throughout their bodies. It was as if a real divine sword was pressed against their throats. Seal for me. The nine een old man pressed his right hand forward, and the fire swords that were piercing towards him were immediately frozen by the power of een that spread out from his hand. The divine phoenix true fire was being extinguished. I'm done playing with you, the Ironblood Taoist suddenly said. Oh no. The old man of the nine een was shocked when he heard this. At this time, he heard an incomparably shocking rumbling sound coming from above his head. He suddenly raised his head and saw that the endless true fire had condensed into a divine phoenix in the sky. This divine phoenix was descending from the sky. Rumble. The mighty power of the divine phoenix surged from the body of the divine phoenix. Monstrous divine fire swept across the sky and enveloped the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. Break. The nine een old man roared and desperately tried to tear the void to escape. Unfortunately, the power of the phoenix tribulation had sealed the void in this part of the world. He could not escape at all. Save some energy. The Ironblood Taoist sneered. He activated the power of the phoenix tribulation. Endless fire descended from the sky and turned into a furnace, sealing the nine een old man within it. A divine phoenix floated above the furnace, exuding the mighty power of a true phoenix. At that moment, the Ironblood Taoist flew forward and landed on the back of the divine phoenix. He then sat down cross-legged and used his power to refine the nine een old man. That divine phoenix was formed by the phoenix tribulation. Roar. The nine een old man's roar came from within the furnace. Ironblood Taoist, please have mercy. I am willing to surrender. The nine een old man was shocked and angry at the same time. He was now in great danger. He was actually trapped in a furnace, and the power of the true phoenix divine fire was his nemesis. The power of the Tai een in his body was constantly being refined by the furnace. He would end up in a miserable state. He would be refined to death by the Ironblood Taoist, and both his body and soul would be destroyed. It's too late now. The Ironblood Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged on the phoenix tribulation, shook his head and said. He was very clear that the nine een cult was very close to the Dongfang family. The nine een cult had already surrendered to the Dongfang family. However, at this time, no one from the Dongfang family came to save the nine een old man. This result made the nine een cult disappointed. The nine een old man begged bitterly, but the Ironblood Taoist was unmoved. He continued to activate the phoenix tribulation with all his strength. The terrifying power of the true phoenix constantly surged out from the phoenix tribulation. Very quickly, the nine een old man's body was refined. Only a ball of spiritual divine light was left in the blazing furnace. There was no more suspense. The Ironblood Taoist had gotten rid of the nine een cult. At this time, Gu Zhong brought a group of subordinates and came to the Nine Heavens sect. The Nine Heavens mountain was very famous in the eastern region because many peerless experts had come from this place. But now, the Nine Heavens mountain was in a mess. Gu Zhong had come personally, and the entire Nine Heavens sect was shocked. Even the Lord of the Nine Heavens sect was terrified. There was nothing much to say. Gu Zhong immediately ordered the Nine Heavens mountain to be sealed. Then, he climbed the mountain alone. No one dared to stop Gu Zhong on the Nine Heavens mountain. He directly climbed the mountain and came to a great hall at the peak of the mountain. Lord of the Nine Heavens sect, come out and accept your death. Gu Zhong's voice spread far and wide, echoing in the mountains. Gu Zhong, my friend, you have gone too far. An old voice resounded from the great hall. Then, a black-bearded old man walked out from the great hall. He was wearing a black robe and was holding a stone mountain in his hand. I have gone too far. Haha, this is too funny. Gu Zhong laughed and stared at the black-bearded old man. When these fellows were robbing his city, he didn't say that he had gone too far. He had no intention of being lenient. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. That black-robed old man coldly spoke. A supreme aura erupted from his body, causing even the void to tremble as a series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the air. Die. Gu Zhong took a step forward and displayed his speed of 8 steps. In an instant, He was near the black-bearded old man. Then, he threw a punch. An extremely powerful force rushed towards the black-bearded old man. Beyond the 9 heavens, the black-bearded old man roared in anger. In the next moment, his body became blurry and he left behind an afterimage in the sky. His real body had already retreated far away. And Gu Zhong couldn't help but be startled. His opponent's movement technique was extraordinary. Gu Zhong regained his composure. His body flickered, and he chased after the black-bearded old man. The black-bearded old man wanted to lure Gu Zhong away. He rushed down the mountain. The people of the 9th Heaven sect were stunned. Their patriarch was being chased down the mountain. "You can't escape. Why struggle?" Gu Zhong shouted. They were all saint rulers. One after another, they rushed down the mountain and entered the depths of the mountain. A great battle broke out. The earth shook and the mountains shook. One couldn't deny that the patriarch of the 9th Heaven sect was very strong. He was the strongest among the 3 great powers. However, he still died in Gu Zhong's hands. This battle directly destroyed a mountain range. The ground was hit until it sank, and countless living beings fell. In the end, Gu Zhong killed the patriarch of the 9th Heaven sect. From then on, the 9th Heaven sect was finished. Nobody dared to come and save the patriarch of the 9th Heaven sect. The people of the 3 great sects were used by the other great powers. When Gu Fei returned, he would settle the score with the 3 great sections. The powers behind the 3 great sects couldn't protect them. No one was willing to offend the current Gu Fei because Gu Fei had already grown up. He was no longer the Gu Fei who was chased by people with no way out. Gu Fei had sent his subordinates to destroy the 9th Heaven sect and the other 2 great sections. This shocked all the great powers in the eastern region. The eastern region was shaken. Everyone was in danger. Even the Zhao family and the Dongfang family of the antiquity felt great pressure. If that person attacked them, they would definitely be in trouble. Some people were very optimistic. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't attack the great powers. Chapter 28:15. The battle had ended, but it had shaken the entire eastern region. Many people knew that Gu Fei wouldn't just annihilate the 3 major sects. He definitely had other plans, and many people were watching. One must know that Gu Fei was famous for being fierce. The 3 major sects dared to snatch Gu Fei's territory because they had a powerful backer behind them. Without the instigation of the mastermind, the 3 major sects wouldn't dare to offend Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had returned, he definitely wouldn't swallow his anger. This wasn't the style of the fierce Gu Fei. Whoever dared to provoke him, even if it was the emperor, he would dare to beat them up first. At noon, Gu Zhong was the first to return to Wanxiang City with a group of subordinates. He left a small group of people to guard the cities that he had seized back, while the 9 Heavens sect's territory was frozen. The 9 Heavens mountain had become an ice mountain. The power of Yin at the Sage King level enveloped the entire 9 Heavens mountain. Living beings below the Sage level didn't dare to go there, because they would be frozen to death before they even got close to the frozen 9 Heavens mountain. Gu Zhong only attacked the treasury of the 9 Heavens sect and looted all the accumulated treasures of the 9 Heavens sect. Then, he left the mountain. In the evening, the Iron Blood Taoist also returned. Old Man Juin's body and soul were completely destroyed by the heaven and earth furnace that he had created. All the higher-ups of the 9 Heavens sect were killed, and only some ordinary disciples were left. It didn't matter if the ordinary disciples were killed or not. The Iron Blood Taoist wasn't someone who liked to kill, so he naturally took away the countless treasures of the 9 Heavens sect. These were his spoils of war. The last to return to Wanxiang City were Zhu Guliang and the 3 sages. There were many experts from the Celestial Palace, and they fled in all directions. It took a lot of time to chase after them. Moreover, when the Celestial Palace was destroyed, a mysterious person appeared and wanted to rescue some of the core members of the Celestial Palace. However, the 3 sages of the heaven, earth, and human sages intervened, and those people failed to rescue anyone. In less than a day, Gu Fei had seized back the territories he had lost. But would he stop now? Many people were watching. Some felt that it wouldn't be that simple. Even some super forces felt uneasy because nobody knew what kind of earth-shattering things this fierce person would do next. At night, Gu Fei and his subordinates discussed in the Wanxiang City's Lord's Mansion. However, they only talked about what had happened in the day and didn't talk about their next step. In less than an hour, Gu Fei had sent all his subordinates away, leaving only Gu Zhong by his side. Gu Ling had already gone off somewhere to go crazy. Gu Ling was about to undergo her tribulation. She had been in the quasi-sage realm for a long time, and Gu Fei was considering whether he should send her to the heaven realm to undergo her tribulation. The heavenly tribulation Tian was in the sect. The heaven tribulation of the Tian was that realm. The heavens heaven and earth was in. The great war in the past caused the heavenly Tao of this world to be flawed and incomplete. Naturally, it was easier to undergo the heavenly tribulation in a flawed world. However, Gu Fei didn't want Gu Ling to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. The heaven realm was a complete world. To undergo the heavenly tribulation, one must undergo the strongest heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei had high expectations for his daughter. Master, who should we start with next? Gu Zhong suddenly said to Gu Fei. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Oh right, during the time I was not here, you have been following Zhang Renhuang and didn't go back to your family. Gu Fei asked. Unlike Gu Fei, who only had two relatives, Yin and Gu Ling, Gu Zhong had a big family. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land had moved to a land of immortal spirits and had taken root there. The current family master was Gu Zhong. He was a hands-off shopkeeper and almost didn't manage the Gu family's affairs, leaving them to the elders. No, I don't want to interfere too much with the family's affairs, Gu Zhong said. Very good. Don't be distracted by these trivial things. The chaos in the world has appeared. Working hard to improve your cultivation is the right thing to do. Gu Fei nodded and said, this disciple of his was doing well. He knew what he needed. However, some people like to pursue power and lost themselves. They couldn't tell what was the most important thing. Those who neglected the essentials were destined to fail. Gu Fei would never be bothered by these trivial things. He was actually a hands-off shopkeeper and let his subordinates do whatever they wanted. He seemed to be very casual, but the things he did were always unexpected. Yes, master. Gu Zhong nodded and said, all right, you can leave now. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, yes. After speaking, Gu Zhong left the hall. Only Gu Fei was left in the hall. Who should I start with tomorrow? Gu Fei let out a smile and closed his eyes. He did not say anything further. Time flew by. When the first rays of dawn appeared, a new day had begun. The Wanxiang city gradually became lively. With Gu Fei's return, the number of people in the city increased. This time, Gu Fei did not mobilize a large number of cultivators to attack anyone. Instead, he used a clone. Gu Fei's clone left the Wanxiang city and soon appeared in front of a city controlled by the Dongfang family. Without hesitation, he flew to the sky above the city. All of you, scram. This city is mine. Gu Fei's clone roared angrily. The domineering voice instantly spread across the entire city, startling all the living beings in the city. Everyone was shocked. Fellow Taoist, do you know whose territory this is? A figure rushed out from the city lord's mansion and arrived in front of Gu Fei's clone. He then looked at Gu Fei's clone coldly and revealed a disdainful smile. It was a young man. At least from his appearance, he looked tall and handsome. In the world of cultivation, a cultivator's appearance did not mean much. Sometimes, an inconspicuous little boy could be an old antique. Haha, do you know who you're talking to? Gu Fei laughed. I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The young man said fiercely. At this moment, an old cultivator hurriedly flew over from the sky. I'm sorry. This guy's head was kicked by a donkey. Please don't lower yourself to his level. The old cultivator quickly grabbed the young cultivator's hand and tried to pull him away. Third uncle, what are you doing? Don't stop me from teaching this arrogant guy a lesson. The young cultivator shouted. Io, my little ancestor. Chapter 28:16. You really have guts. Gu Fei looked at the young cultivator with a faint smile. He realized that the young cultivator's cultivation was not low. He was about to become a sage. This. Lord Gu, I hope you won't lower yourself to the level of a child. The old man beside the young cultivator was shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. He hurriedly pulled the young cultivator behind him. Third uncle, what's wrong with you? This guy is just an ordinary immortal. I can kill him with one finger. What are you afraid of? The young cultivator pulled the old man in front of him away. Slap. The old man raised his hand and gave the young cultivator a loud slap. Brat, I'm your uncle. If I want you to scram, then scram. Why are you being so long-winded? The old man was furious. The young cultivator was stunned by the slap. He covered his face and looked at the old man in disbelief. Lord Gu, please forgive me. Just treat this brat as a fart and let him go. The old man begged Gu Fei. Third uncle Yu. The young cultivator was so angry that he almost fainted. Why did his third uncle have to be so submissive to this guy? He could not believe it. He was the only son of the city lord and had the responsibility to chase away those troublemakers. Gu Fei looked at the scene with interest but did not say anything. Bulsh *T. Do you know who this lord is? You brat. The old man pretended to hit him again. This person's surname is Gu. The young cultivator suddenly came to his senses. His forehead began to sweat and his expression changed. Could this guy really be that person? At the thought of this, the young cultivator's legs trembled. His calves and stomach were spinning, and he almost fell from the sky. Didn't you want to kill me with one finger? Come on. I'll stand here and let you do whatever you want. Let's see if you can kill me. Gu Fei looked at the young cultivator and said calmly, This. The young cultivator almost fainted. Brat, kowtow and apologized to Lord Gu. The old man pressed the young cultivator's head down. Gu Fei, what kind of hero is bullying a child? At this moment, a voice came from the city lord's mansion. Then, a figure walked out of the mansion unhurriedly. This was an old man, an elder of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei had seen him before. Haha, I never said I was a hero. Gu Fei smiled. All of you, step down. There's nothing for you to do here. The old man soared into the sky and said to the old man and the young man, Yes, clan elder. The uncle and nephew hurriedly retreated. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't really want to make things difficult for the uncle and nephew. He just thought it was fun and nothing else. After all, with his cultivation and status, he couldn't really lower himself to the same level as these people. If you don't scram, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Gu Fei looked at the Dongfang family elder and said indifferently, I am, but I know you don't dare. The Dongfang family elder said coldly, there's really nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. Gu Fei's expression turned cold. Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Dongfang family elder's expression changed. This fella was famous for being fierce. If he really angered this fella would really kill him. Even though Gu Fei promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu that he wouldn't start a war with the Dongfang family, the Dongfang family elder was still uncertain at this moment. Do you want to start a war with my Dongfang family? The Dongfang family elder said in a deep voice. There's no one who doesn't pay the price for offending me. You guys have gone too far this time, so you must be punished. Dongfang family, hand over a dozen cities and this matter will be over. Gu Fei said coldly. A dozen cities. The Dongfang family elder was both shocked and angry. Have you forgotten our agreement? The Dongfang family elder's expression turned ugly. This fella asked for a dozen cities right off the bat. This fella was simply asking for an exorbitant price. If you don't agree, then let's start a war. Gu Fei sneered. You. The Dongfang family elder was furious. He knew that Gu Fei wouldn't let it go just like that, but he didn't make a move. He wasn't afraid of Gu Fei coming to settle the score. All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Scram. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his hand and the elder from the Dongfang family immediately flew out. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had flown to. Boom. 1,000 miles away from the city, in the depths of a mountain range, a loud sound could be heard. A mountain peak collapsed and rocks flew everywhere, causing chaos in the mountain range. Then, a man crawled out from the rubble with his face covered in dirt. So scary, the man muttered to himself. His voice was trembling. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand a single blow from this person. This person's cultivation was even stronger. He didn't know that the person who came was not Gu Fei's real body, but a clone of Gu Fei. If he knew that this was only a clone of Gu Fei, he would be even more shocked. The Dongfang family elder then soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. He had to send this news back to the Dongfang family's ancestral land as soon as possible. At this time, Gu Fei directly took action and threw all the people of the Dongfang family out of the city. Then, he went to another city and used the same method to chase away the people of the Dongfang family. He didn't start a massacre because he was already very restrained. If he didn't promise Ghost Emperor Fengdu, many people of the Dongfang family would have died today. Since he had promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu, Gu Fei couldn't go back on his word. He only wanted territory and didn't want to kill people. This was his bottom line. However, if someone wanted his life, then he would be embarrassed and would have to kill them. In just half a day, Gu Fei directly attacked 13 cities under the control of the Dongfang family. The news spread and once again shook the cultivation world of the eastern region. Gu Fei was really unscrupulous in his actions. At this time, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King didn't come out of seclusion. In the entire Dongfang family, no one was Gu Fei's opponent, so they could only swallow their anger. After taking down 13 cities of the Dongfang family, Gu Fei didn't make any more moves. However, very quickly, he appeared in the territory of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. He also took down 9 cities of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. The people of the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity also suffered in silence. They didn't dare to take the risk of starting a war with Gu Fei, so they could only choose to remain silent. In just one day, Gu Fei took down 22 cities. His territory had more than doubled, which shocked everyone to the extreme. Chapter 28:17. Gu Fei's way of doing things was actually very simple. If you eat my things, spit them out. If you take my things, not only do you have to return them, you have to leave your hands behind as well. Although the Dongfang family and the Zhao family didn't openly seize Gu Fei's territory, everyone knew that they were the masterminds behind the scenes. The Nining cult and the other 2 great sects were nothing more than cannon fodder. This time, the Dongfang family lost 13 cities, and they suffered a lot because Gu Fei didn't start a massacre against the people of the Dongfang family. He was still very restrained. As for the Zhao family, losing 9 cities wasn't a big deal. They could still afford it. However, there were some people in the Dongfang family and the Zhao family who were unconvinced. What right did Gu Fei have to seize their territories? Moreover, he was brazenly robbing them. He was simply a bandit. However, Gu Fei's ferocious reputation was out there. Although these people were unconvinced, they didn't dare to find trouble with Gu Fei. There were people in the Dongfang family who wanted to ask the Eastern Sky Tyrant King to come out, but he was in seclusion. No one dared to disturb him, not even the elders of the Dongfang family. There were people who wanted to ask Ghost Emperor Fengdu to come out and uphold justice, but they couldn't even find the Ghost Palace. However, other than Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the Eastern Sky Tyrant King of the Dongfang family, there were still people in the human world who could fight against Gu Fei. In the great danger zones of the human world, there were extremely powerful existences. In the immortal devil abyss of the northern lands, some people saw the figures of primordial gods and devils roaming about. In the depths of the danger zone of the southern mountains, there were also the figures of powerful existences moving about. In the depths of the eastern region's sky ruins, there was a terrifying and monstrous aura. There were extremely powerful existences reviving, and even the ancient road to heaven ascension was affected. In the extreme west of West Earth, there were also terrifying auras surging out from time to time, causing the Buddhist sects to be very nervous. Even great monk Heavenly Fa was alarmed. Some powers wanted to make contact with the extremely powerful existences in the danger zone, but the results were minimal. The existences in the danger zone didn't put the cultivators of the outside world in their eyes. The Dongfang family and the primordial era's Zhao family had both sent people into the depths of the sky market to interact with the living beings there. In the depths of the sky market, there was an indescribable aura enveloping the region within a radius of several thousand miles. That was a forbidden land. Any living creature that barged into that region would be trapped inside, never to come out again. No one knew whether those who had barged in were dead or alive, because no one could walk out of it. After unrelenting efforts, the life forms in the heavenly ruins forbidden zone had actually come into contact with them. This caused the leaders of the two superpowers to be pleasantly surprised. On this day, at dusk, outside the heavenly market's forbidden zone, a figure flew over from afar and landed on a mountain peak. It was a black-clothed, middle-aged man. The black-clothed, middle-aged man emanated a powerful aura of the Saint Tao, and it was obvious that he was a saint. He frowned as he gazed at the dim world before him. After that, the black-clothed, middle-aged man sent a voice transmission to the region ahead. Soon, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in the area in front of them. It seemed to be a shadow that could be blown away by a gust of wind. "Why have you come?" the blurry figure said, two blue dots flashing in his eyes. "My clan has a great enemy, and I would like to ask fellow Taoists to help me slay that great enemy." The black-clothed, middle-aged man directly stated his intentions. "Humph. I never thought that there would come a day when the great primordial Zhao family would have to ask others for help," the shadow said with a sneer. It knew the origin of this black-robed middle-aged man. To help or not to help? The middle-aged man in black said indifferently, "As long as you can pay the price, there's no one we can't kill." In the forbidden zone, the mysterious black shadow said proudly. The black-clad middle-aged man thought inwardly that this fella really had some big words. However, when he thought about how the other party was a restricted region creature, mysterious and unfathomable, perhaps he really might be able to help kill that fella. "Tell me, what will it take for you to help?" The black-clothed middle-aged man said straightforwardly. "A pseudo-immortal divine medicine. As long as you bring us a pseudo-immortal divine medicine, we can kill anyone for you." The black shadow in the forbidden area said, "What? Quasi-immortal godly medicine?" The black-clothed middle-aged man on top of the mountain couldn't help but be shocked. This fella really dared to name a price. A pseudo-immortal divine medicine? Ridiculous. One should know that pseudo-immortal divine medicines were not ordinary divine medicines. There were so many of them in the human world. There were definitely less than 10 pseudo-immortal divine medicines in the entire human world. No, a pseudo-supreme sacred tool is fine too. The black shadow in the forbidden area pondered and said, The black-clothed middle-aged man was speechless. A pseudo-supreme sacred tool? Ridiculous. Although a pseudo-supreme sacred tool was not as rare as a pseudo-immortal divine medicine, there were only one or two of such sacred tools even in the primordial Zhao family. They were the ultimate treasures of the primordial Zhao family. If you don't have anything, and you still dare to ask us to help you kill your great enemy? The black shadow in the forbidden area said with disdain. On top of the mountain, the black-clothed middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. He didn't say anything more. "That's it then. Bring us the item, and we will help." The black shadow in the forbidden area said, and immediately retreated. The saint from the primordial Zhao family stood for a while, then turned around and left as well. A pseudo-immortal divine medicine was definitely not something that could be taken out. Even if they did, they would not take it out. As for the quasi-supreme saint weapon, while the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity did possess one, they would never take it out. After all, that was the ultimate treasure of the Zhao family, and it could not be used easily. Even if the family head wanted to use the ultimate treasure of the Zhao family, he would need the unanimous consent of all the elders of the Zhao family. Most importantly, only a small portion of the primordial Zhao clan wanted to deal with Gu Fei. Most of the people did not want to provoke this ferocious person. Ever since Gu Fei and the old tortoise joined hands to destroy the forbidden area, Gu Fei's actions in the heaven realm had also spread to the human world. The news that the West Dark Sea was destroyed by Gu Fei and the old tortoise had caused a sensation in the human world. Some people found it hard to believe. However, it was an indisputable fact that the West Dark Sea had been destroyed. The old tortoise had even set up a checkpoint on the other side of the ancient road to heaven, charging a certain fee for entering and exiting the heaven realm. This was definitely the old tortoise's style. After working so hard to destroy the forbidden area of the West Dark Sea, how could he not get some benefits back? After the saint from the primordial Zhao family left, another figure arrived outside the forbidden area of the sky market. It was a white-robed young man. He stood high in the sky and transmitted his voice to the forbidden area of the sky market. Soon, the black shadow that had retreated to the depths of the forbidden area appeared again. What's going on today? The little guy from the Zhao family just left, and now the little guy from the Dongfang family is here. The black shadow muttered to himself. Senior, sorry to disturb you. The white-robed young man cupped his hands and said to the figure in the forbidden area. He was much more polite than the middle-aged man from the Zhao family. You know that you're disturbing me, yet you still come. The mysterious black shadow said in a bad mood. I really have no other choice, so I came to ask for your help, the white-robed young man said awkwardly. It was his first time dealing with a creature from the forbidden area. The creature was extremely powerful and mysterious, so he did not dare to be careless. You're not here to ask me to kill someone, are you? The black shadow in the forbidden area said tentatively. Haha, senior, you're really amazing. You can foresee things in advance. The white-robed young man said with a smile. Foresee my ass. The black shadow in the forbidden area said to himself. What? The white-robed young man outside the forbidden area did not hear the black shadow's words clearly. All right, let's cut the crap. If you want me to help you kill someone, it's actually very simple. Prepare a quasi-immortal divine medicine or a quasi-supreme sacred implement. I'll help you kill them, no matter who they are. The black shadow directly stated the conditions for his help. The white-robed young man was dumbfounded. Quasi-immortal divine medicine or quasi-supreme sacred implement. Who could casually take out such things? The Dongfang family was a cultivation family that had once produced a human emperor. Naturally, the Dongfang family had a quasi-supreme saint artifact. However, the quasi-supreme saint artifact of the Dongfang family was not something that could be used casually. Senior, please let me go back and think about it. The white-robed young man said. All right, got it. The black shadow in the forbidden area said and directly disappeared into the void. Quasi-immortal divine medicine or quasi-supreme sacred implement. The white-robed young man said to himself, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Not everyone could take out a quasi-immortal divine herb or a quasi-supreme sacred tool, but the enmity between Eastern Century and Gu Femi had already reached the point of irreconcilable enmity. Some people in the Dongfang family would definitely eliminate Gu Fei at all costs. However, the Zhao family of the ancients was different because the grudge between the Zhao family and Gu Fei had already been settled. It was just that some people in the Zhao family were not convinced. It was not worth it for the Zhao family of the ancients to take out a quasi-supreme sacred implement for the creature in the forbidden area of the heavenly market. The creature in the forbidden area was extremely powerful. Only these creatures could contend against Gu Fei. As long as there was a possibility of killing Gu Fei, the people of the Dongfang family would give it a try. Not long after the white-robed young man left, an elder of the Dongfang family came to the outside of the forbidden area of the heavenly market. This elder was the one who had been sent flying thousands of miles by Gu Fei with a wave of his hand. The creature in the forbidden area appeared soon after. Its vague silhouette was faintly discernible in the forbidden area. The elder of the Dongfang family did not say anything. He directly took out an item and threw it into the forbidden area in front. It was a huge golden seal that was covered with a layer of hazy golden radiance. On top of the golden ancient seal, there was a powerful aura surging out. This was a quasi-paragon saint artifact that lived up to its name. This golden seal was known as the human emperor seal. All right, who do you want me to kill? The black shadow in the forbidden area caught the golden seal and said, this item was not bad. It was a perfect quasi-supreme sacred implement. Gu Fei. Chapter 28:18. The Dongfang family's human emperor seal was a quasi-supreme divine tool refined by the human emperor before he became an ultimate emperor sovereign. It was an incomparably powerful divine tool, second only to the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword was an ultimate emperor divine weapon, much stronger than a quasi-supreme divine tool. It could even contend against a supreme divine tool. The person you want to kill is called Gu Fei. Very well, wait for my news. The black figure in the forbidden area nodded. Since he had accepted the human emperor's seal, he naturally had to act. He didn't expect the Dongfang family to really take out a quasi-supreme divine tool. All right. The elder of the Dongfang family nodded. Gu Fei, you're dead this time. The elder of the Dongfang family clenched his teeth and said. Then, he turned around and left. Gu Fei. In the forbidden zone of the heavenly ruin, the black figure muttered to himself. He looked at the great golden seal in his hand and muttered to himself. The Dongfang family had not hesitated to hand over a quasi-supreme saint weapon for me to kill. I'm afraid that this person won't be easy to kill. Many people knew that in the depths of the heavenly market, there was a forbidden area where extremely powerful creatures from the forbidden area resided. In everyone's eyes, the creatures from the forbidden area were powerful and invincible existences, at least before Gu Fei and the old tortoise flattened the forbidden area of the heavenly realm. One should know that forbidden areas had existed for countless years. Even in the darkest era, no one could flatten the forbidden area. However, the destruction of the Western Dark Ocean was an exception. It broke the legend of the forbidden area. This made everyone realize that the creatures from the forbidden area were not invincible, they could be defeated. On this day, a supreme aura was emitted from the forbidden area of the heavenly market. A creature from the forbidden area walked out. No one could see the appearance of this creature clearly. This forbidden land creature was shrouded in a mass of black smoke, which isolated all divine senses. The fact that a creature from the forbidden area came out caused a huge commotion in the heavenly market. Everyone was guessing why the creature would leave the forbidden area, especially the great powers. One should know that the great powers of the eastern region were not the only ones gathered in the heavenly market. Because of the ancient road to heaven, experts from other regions of the human realm had also gathered here. All the major powers in the human realm had set up temporary bases in the heavenly market. It wasn't just the Tonglong continent. Experts from the other 4 ancient planets in the human realm had also crossed the galaxy and entered the Tonglong ancestral star. Currently, the soaring dragon ancestral star had become a holy land in the eyes of the cultivators from other planets. It was the center of the cultivation world in the human world. As more and more old-timers awoke from their slumber, the ancient paths connecting the 5 ancestral planets were activated. After being sealed for countless years, the ancient paths once again connected the 5 ancestral planets. Even though some of the ancient paths were broken, there were great divine arts practitioners who repaired them. The ancient Kunlun planet had completely declined. However, the reason for its decline was actually very simple. The entire ancient planet had helped a single person, or rather, an ancestor god. The Ziwei ancestral star was still under the control of the Ji clan. He Tian and Ji Changkong were still trapped in the real Gu Fei immortal land. The Gu Fei immortal land had truly great fortunes. He Tian and Ji Changkong had clearly obtained great fortunes. Once they emerged from the ascending immortal land, the entire Ziwei ancestral star would shake because of them. At this time, Wanxiang City was very calm. Gu Fei's territory had more than doubled. This was something worth celebrating. No one had thought that Gu Fei would be so domineering to actually attack the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. Even though he had restrained himself and didn't hurt anyone, it was still enough to shake the entire eastern region. Savage is truly savage. Someone sighed. Gu Fei had already risen and was no longer afraid of anyone. He was no longer the brat from back then. He had already left everyone in the same generation far behind him. There weren't many geniuses from back then who could survive until now. The cultivation world was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even geniuses could fall. Even heavenly sovereigns could be killed in body and soul. Immortality was only relative, not absolute. Gu Fei's display of power made many wandering cultivators in the eastern region, who were still observing, to submit to him. In a short period of time, Wanxiang City was filled with people. It didn't take long for the rogue cultivators to be distributed to the various cities. Gu Fei was in need of manpower to guard these cities. He naturally welcomed the wandering cultivators. Moreover, many of these wandering cultivators were not weak and could take on heavy responsibilities. The heaven, earth, and human saints admired Gu Fei's methods. No one dared to make a sound when the cities of the primordial Zhao clan and Dongfang clan were robbed. The peaceful days didn't last long. Soon, Gu Fei felt a pair of eyes watching him. Preposterous. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. He couldn't sense who was watching him in the dark, which made him feel uneasy. He immediately summoned Gu Zhong, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the others. He also captured Gu Ling, who was playing outside, and locked her in his inner world. On a moonless night, a black figure entered Wanxiang City without a sound and entered the city lord's mansion without a sound, as if it was an uninhabited place. Even the heaven, earth, and human saints, who were guarding outside the city lord's mansion, didn't sense the arrival of this mysterious existence. Just as the mysterious existence floated into the main hall of the city lord's mansion like a black fog, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if two bolts of lightning had flashed across the hall, instantly illuminating it. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to expose everything. "You finally couldn't help but jump out, huh?" Gu Fei said as he looked at the black figure standing in the hall. He instinctively felt that this person was very powerful and different from all the opponents he had met before. This is Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist, who were standing on both sides of the throne, were extremely shocked. They didn't sense the mysterious black figure when it entered the hall. This was enough to prove that the other party's cultivation was far above theirs. "I didn't expect the person I want to kill to be so powerful. It seems like I'm going to lose money on this deal," the black figure said calmly. The black shadow said indifferently. It was as if it didn't have a physical body and was just a wisp of black smoke. However, Gu Fei knew that this fellow was extremely dangerous. "Haha, you want to kill me? Who invited you?" Gu Fei said with a smile. This fellow wasn't a demon, an immortal, or a saint. It seemed to be a creature that he had never seen before, and it was extremely powerful. I'll tell you the moment I chop off your head." Chapter 28:19. The mysterious black shadow in the heavenly market's forbidden zone was finally going to make a move. On a dark and windy night, the forbidden zone's life form silently entered the Wanxiang City's city lord's residence without alerting anyone. It was as though it had entered an uninhabited place. "You want to kill me?" "Haha!" Gu Fei burst into laughter. However, at that moment, Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist, who were standing on both sides of the throne, wore extremely grim expressions. After all, this guy was actually able to enter the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City without alerting the three saints of heaven, earth, and man. This was enough to prove that the cultivation of this sneaky guy was definitely above the three saints of heaven, earth, and man. One must know that innate Du of the three saints was a saint king. Could this guy be a Saint Venerable if he could enter the Lord's mansion without alerting Du? Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist shivered. "What's so funny? It's not like I haven't killed people like you before." The black figure shrouded in black mist said indifferently. "What?" Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes immediately emitted a gaze as sharp as the edge of a blade. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body and pressed towards the figure in front of him. Rumble. The void was shaking. Although it was an invisible aura, Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist felt a great pressure and almost couldn't breathe. "Humph!" The black figure in the black mist sneered and allowed Gu Fei's aura to affect his body as if nothing had happened. "You've killed people like me before." Gu Fei's voice became extremely cold. He clearly knew what the other party meant. This guy had killed cultivators like him before. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. "What's so strange about it? You're much stronger than that guy. But so what? You still have to die." The black figure said, "All right, I'm here. Come and try killing me." Gu Fei looked coldly at the black figure in the hall and said, "Swoosh." The black shadow made its move. A huge black hand came out of the black fog and grabbed at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. Gu Fei felt an extremely strong suction force enveloping him in an instant, trying to pull him towards the big hand that was grabbing him. Shwa! Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a beam of divine light rushed out from his right index finger, instantly piercing through the black hand that was trying to grab him. The huge black hand dissipated in the void and turned back into black fog. Then, it flew back towards the black shadow. Eat my palm. After saying that, Gu Fei unleashed a palm strike at the black silhouette in the hall. A huge palm instantly enveloped the entire hall, trapping the black silhouette beneath it. The mysterious black shadow also struck out with his palm, and a huge black hand soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge hands collided with each other like two huge mountains colliding, causing an extremely powerful shockwave to erupt. In the next moment, the entire City Lord's mansion was almost shattered by the mighty shockwave. Runes appeared on the walls and ground of the City Lord's mansion, dispelling the mighty shockwave. At this moment, the entire Wanxiang city shook violently. Everyone in the city was scared out of their wits. An extremely powerful aura suddenly exploded from the City Lord's mansion, alarming all the cultivators in Wanxiang City, especially the heaven, earth, and man sages who were guarding outside Wanxiang City. What's going on? The heaven, earth, and man sages were extremely shocked. Is someone really trying to harm Gu Fei? Boom. In the next moment, two figures broke through the roof of the City Lord's mansion and soared into the sky. In an instant, they entered the starry sky and started fighting. Rumble. The mighty shockwave from the two figures shook the entire starry sky. Although they were very far away from Wanxiang City, the mighty aura of the two experts still descended from the starry sky. I have to admit that you're really powerful. The mysterious black figure stood in the starry sky and said to Gu Fei. An extremely powerful aura exploded from its body, causing the starry sky to tremble. Countless stars seemed like they were going to fall at any time. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was brimming with primal chaos aura. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns emerged on his body, and a supreme martial aura was emitted from his body, causing the starry sky to tremble. Cut the crap, Gu Fei said coldly. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the mysterious black figure. Then, he stomped down. A destructive force immediately surged out from his feet and obliterated the mysterious black figure. This was the 8 kill steps. It was a simple combat skill, but it could display an extremely powerful combat power. Bang! The mysterious black figure sank a few thousand feet from Gu Fei's stomp and turned into a cloud of black fog. However, the black fog did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed again and turned into a black figure. This fellow did not seem to have a body of flesh and blood. However, how was this possible? A living creature without a body of flesh and blood was actually so powerful. Where did this fellow come from? Who had invited this fellow to come here? The living creatures in the Forbidden Zone were mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen the true appearance of the living creatures in the Forbidden Zone of the Sky Ruin. What's going on? Is this fellow just a cloud of black fog? Gu Fei found it hard to believe. At this moment, the mysterious black figure had already soared into the sky and attacked Gu Fei. The black fog surged and turned into 9 black chains, entangling Gu Fei. The clanging sounds did not stop. The 9 black chains were like 9 black snakes, instantly entangling Gu Fei's body. Then, they suddenly tightened, binding him like a dumpling. Black Tao patterns circulated on the 9 black chains. A black flame emerged from the black chains. Immediately, Gu Fei was enveloped by the black flames that emerged from the black chains. It was a terrifying type of flames of the way. It burned the void until it was annihilated silently. That's all you've got. The black figure came in front of Gu Fei and said coldly. From its point of view, this fellow called Gu Fei was already a dead man when he was bound by the black chains. Humph. You think you can kill me with such a method? Are you overestimating yourself or underestimating me? Gu Fei's voice came from the black flames. What? The mysterious black figure was shocked. It had never imagined that Gu Fei could actually resist its flames of the way. Gu Fei's body and soul were not burned to ashes by its flames of the way. Boom. The next moment, an extremely powerful martial arts power erupted from the black flames. The 9 black chains that were entangling Gu Fei's body were broken. At the same time, the black flames that enveloped Gu Fei also dispersed. Chapter 28:20. Gu Fei displayed the ultimate battle prowess of a holy venerable. Not only did he break the black chains around him, but he also grabbed the mysterious shadow in his hand. Roar! In the starry sky, a figure that was much taller than a mountain roared at the sky. The entire starry sky was shaking, and stars were falling. Gu Fei displayed the universal law and grabbed the mysterious shadow with his right hand. A ball of divine fire of chaos appeared in his palm. His palm seemed to have turned into a furnace, trying to refine the mysterious shadow. What? The mysterious creature from the Forbidden Zone was extremely shocked. It never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. It seemed that the quasi-paragon saint weapon of the Dongfang clan was not so easy to obtain. If it had known that this guy called Gu Fei was so difficult to deal with, it probably would not have accepted this deal. Rumble. 9 chaotic runes appeared on Gu Fei's right hand, directly sealing the void around the mysterious shadow. The divine fire of chaos surged towards it from all directions. Roar! The mysterious black shadow roared again and again. Mysterious runes rushed out of the black shadow's body and imprinted themselves in all directions, blocking the chaos flames that were coming at them. However, the 9 chaos Dao patterns were still gradually suppressing the mysterious black shadow. The void around the mysterious black shadow was constantly shrinking. The mysterious shadow was extremely shocked. It could not think of a way to escape at this moment. At this time, Xiao Chun was also very shocked. This mysterious creature was really powerful. If it was an ordinary holy venerable, it would not be able to kill it even if it had 10 lives. However, this mysterious creature could fight endlessly with him. Now that it was being suppressed by the power of the 9 runes, it was still resisting stubbornly. It's just a deathbed struggle, Gu Fei said. With a thought, he attracted the power of the stars in the entire starry sky to his body. Rays of starlight gathered towards him from all directions, turning into a powerful force that surged towards his right hand. Very soon, the divine fire of chaos that appeared on Gu Fei's right hand changed. Specks of starlight appeared within the divine fire, as if a starry sky was evolving. The power of the divine fire of chaos instantly multiplied. Rumble. The void that was sealed by Gu Fei's right hand was shaking violently. 9 primordial chaos Dao patterns kept pressing down on the mysterious black shadow. The appearance of the power of stars was like a starry sky that was pressing down on the mysterious black shadow. The chaotic force and the star force intertwined, causing the mysterious shadow to feel a great pressure. The runes that rushed out of the mysterious black shadow dissipated into the void, and the mysterious power that was surging out of the black shadow's body was constantly being worn away. Damn it! The mysterious black shadow roared and seemed to have made up his mind. A mass of black light burst out from the mysterious black shadow. In the next moment, the void was annihilated, and a terrifying destructive power emerged. The 9 primal chaos Dao patterns that emerged from Gu Fei's hand were actually destroyed by that power. The void was collapsing, and the terrifying destructive power that had suddenly expanded suddenly shrank inwards. Then, it turned into a powerful devouring power that devoured everything around it. Gu Fei's hand was instantly devoured by the devouring power that had suddenly appeared. Be it chaotic force or star force, they were all devoured into the black hole. How dare you? You've made me lose a spiritual body. Just you wait. I'll come back for you again. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's heart. What? Hearing that, Gu Fei was really shocked. The mysterious figure that had been fighting with him was actually some kind of spiritual body. It was actually not the other party's real body. It was the first time he had heard of the term spiritual body, but he could imagine that the spiritual body that the mysterious creature was talking about might be an external incarnation, or something like a clone that ordinary cultivators cultivated. At this moment, the devouring power from the black hole continued to devour everything in the surroundings. The terrifying ripples of destruction caused the entire region of outer space to tremble. In the void, a series of pitch-black spatial rifts appeared, and the nearby stars were directly swallowed by the mighty devouring force coming out of the black hole. Gu Fei directly took a step and traversed hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant, avoiding the devouring power. Afterwards, His huge figure that seemed to be able to pluck the stars and grab the moon rapidly shrank, returning to his normal size. He could not help but shiver inside as he looked at the expanding black hole. The mysterious figure's self-destruction actually possessed such terrifying power. It was something that he had not expected. If this had happened in the eastern region and not in outer space, the entire eastern region would have probably been devoured by the black hole. This was a great destruction. It was just too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei, who was used to seeing things, could not help but feel shocked. This fellow was really vicious. However, he did not know the origins of this mysterious fellow. This fellow's spiritual body had been forced to self-destruct by him. He believed that the other party's real body would find him soon. It seemed that he had to make proper preparations. If a spiritual body was already so powerful, then the other party's real body would definitely be much more powerful than a spiritual body. This was definitely not a doubt. The black hole in the sky continued to expand. Countless stars were falling and exploding as they were devoured by the black hole. This scene was extremely shocking. Even if the people on the ground looked up at the sky at this moment, they would discover that there were a lot fewer stars in the sky. The starry sky was dim without any light. The black hole formed by the mysterious figure's self-destruction continued to exist in the starry sky for 4 hours before it gradually shrank and disappeared in the void. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. Gu Fei returned to Wanxiang City from outer space. At this moment, an angry roar came from the forbidden zone in the depths of the sky market. It was the roar of an unknown living being. There was also the vague sound of iron chains colliding from the depths of the forbidden zone. All the living beings in the sky market heard the angry roar. All of them felt very uneasy and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Just as the angry roar came from the forbidden zone of the sky market, a figure who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder on a stone mountain outside the forbidden zone suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that he failed? It was a white-clothed middle-aged man from the Dongfang family. He had been waiting for news outside the forbidden zone. However, what he had been waiting for was the roar of the living being in the forbidden zone. The white-clothed middle-aged man stood up from the boulder. After thinking for a moment, he soared into the sky and left quickly. At this moment, the news of the battle between Gu Fei and the mysterious expert in the boundless starry sky had already spread. One should know that although the two experts were fighting in the starry sky, some of the powerful beings in the Tonglong continent could still sense the battle in the starry sky. Some people in the Dongfang family were nervous and excited at the same time because only they knew what had happened. However, when the news of Gu Fei's return to the Wanxiang city spread, the people in the Dongfang family could not be happy anymore. Could it be that even the powerful living being in the forbidden zone was not a match for Gu Fei? They really wanted to know if Gu Fei had been seriously injured by the living being in the forbidden zone. That was a living being in the forbidden zone. As long as one could pay the price, it was said that anyone could be killed. However, from the looks of it now, there were times when the words of the living being in the forbidden zone could not be trusted. At this time, the Wanxiang city was heavily guarded. However, the Dongfang family still received the news that Gu Fei had been seriously injured during the battle. It would be difficult for him to recover without a year and a half. Haha, good, very good. Although we did not kill Gu Fei, we were able to seriously injure him. This is worth it. When the news reached the Dongfang family, the residents of the elder of the Dongfang family who had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei in the past was filled with laughter. The elder of the Dongfang family wanted to take advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when Gu Fei was seriously injured by the mysterious living being to take Gu Fei's life. However, who should he invite to take action was a difficult problem. One had to know that Gu Fei was in the Wanxiang city. Wanting to enter the Wanxiang city to assassinate Gu Fei was definitely not an easy task. Moreover, the people of the Dongfang family could not appear because their old ancestor had promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu that the human race would temporarily prioritize righteousness and would not start a war with Gu Fei. If the Dongfang family broke the rules first, then Ghost Emperor Fengdu would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, the unlucky ones would still be the Dongfang family. This made the elder of the Dongfang family very apprehensive. He did not know that Gu Fei was actually unharmed. He purposely released the news that he was seriously injured by the mysterious living being. He wanted to see who was plotting against him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. He had to be careful. This time, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to lure out those who wanted to harm him. As a result, some people really could not sit still after receiving the news. At this time, the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave were also ready to make a move. Gu Fei had killed their 4 great true demons, so the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave wanted to settle this score with Gu Fei. Normally, it was very difficult for the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave to receive such news because Wanxiang City had been sealed off ever since the battle between Gu Fei and the mysterious living being. How could the demons get this news? This was because someone with ulterior motives leaked the news that Gu Fei was seriously injured by the mysterious living being to the demons in the Eastern Demon Cave. Demons never had any scruples in doing things, unlike the great sects and clans of the human race who had many scruples. On another dark and windy night, a demon figure silently approached Wanxiang City. It was a young man with blood-red hair. He had 2 demon horns on his head, and a heart-palpitating aura lingered around him. The young man with blood-red hair arrived on a short mountain outside Wanxiang City. He looked at the city in front of him and saw that the city was brightly lit. Although it was already late at night, there were still many people walking on the streets. The young man with blood-red hair was somewhat surprised. In his blood-red eyes, he saw several surging blood auras in the city in front of him. The exuberant chi and blood enveloped the entire city below. I didn't expect so many human saints to gather here. Chapter 28-21. Gu Fei released the news to let everyone think that he was injured during the battle with the mysterious creature. He wanted to see who exactly wanted his life. He had many enemies: the Dongfang clan, the Western Buddhist sect, the demons, the Heavenly Realm's ancient Heavenly Emperor, and many others. There were definitely many people who wanted his life. Gu Fei had no enmity with the mysterious creature, so there was only one possibility. Someone had invited the mysterious creature to kill him. At this time, the news of Gu Fei's injuries had already spread throughout the entire Wanxiang City. There were many spies arranged by the great sects and clans in the city. Very quickly, the news spread to the great sects and clans. Some were happy, some were worried. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei were naturally happy, while those who were on good terms with Gu Fei were worried for Gu Fei. The battle in the starry sky caused a huge commotion, but no one knew the result of the battle. This was because the 2 powerhouses fighting in the starry sky were both kings among the heavenly sovereigns. The battle between heavenly sovereigns was earth-shattering. Even other heavenly sovereigns would find it hard to sense the situation of the battle. No one knew whether the mysterious creature that sought Gu Fei was killed by Gu Fei or not. However, many people saw Gu Fei vomiting blood when he returned to Wanxiang City. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was very easy for him to pretend to vomit blood. However, someone was very cautious and wanted to use others to probe Gu Fei. On a dark and windy night, a demonic figure appeared on a mountain peak outside of Wanxiang City. It was a blood-red-haired youth with demonic energy lingering around his body. It was as if a demon lord had descended, giving people a feeling of extreme power. This demon did not hide his presence and purposely released a powerful demonic aura. Demon. In the main hall of Wanxiang City's City Lord Mansion, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. He did not expect the demons to be the first to jump out. Master, let this disciple deal with this demon. Gu Zhong walked out from the throne and bowed to Gu Fei. Very well, go ahead. Gu Fei nodded. He knew very well about Gu Zhong's cultivation. He was a peak saint ruler, so even if the opponent was a saint king, his disciple would be able to contend against them. Gu Zhong was overjoyed and immediately accepted the order before turning around and walking out of the hall. Shua. After exiting the palace, Gu Zhong took a step forward and disappeared from the entrance of the palace. In the next instant, he appeared on the mountain peak outside Wanxiang City. So fast. On the mountain peak, the crimson-haired youth stared at Gu Zhong and said coldly. His blood-red eyes narrowed when Gu Zhong appeared. Humph. Gu Zhong looked at the demon in front of him with a solemn expression, but he did not say anything. You're no match for me. Go back and call your master. the crimson-haired youth said disdainfully. It was as if he did not take Gu Zhong seriously at all, and felt that it was beneath him to fight Gu Zhong. What a big tone. It's really stinky, Gu Zhong said as he waved his hand in front of his nose. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The crimson-haired youth's face darkened. In the next moment, he exerted force with his right foot and disappeared from where he stood. Almost at the same time, Gu Zhong spread his legs and lowered his waist into a horse stance. He punched forward with his right fist. The moment he punched out, he gathered all his power into his fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the two fists collided. The crimson-haired youth who had disappeared instantly appeared before Gu Zhong. Rumble! The entire mountain began to shake. Countless rocks rolled down from the mountain and hideous cracks appeared on the mountain, as if it could collapse at any time. Two extremely powerful fists collided with each other. Two extremely powerful forces collided with each other. The vast and mighty energy waves spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Roar! Gu Zhong bellowed in rage. An even more powerful metal elemental energy erupted from his body. His right arm trembled, and a powerful fist force erupted in an instant. Oomph! The crimson-haired youth snorted and exerted his strength at the same time. A hideous and terrifying shadow of a demonic dragon emerged from his body, and a powerful demonic force erupted from his fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the mountain under the feet of the two experts finally collapsed. The two figures quickly separated and immediately charged at each other. The two figures moved quickly in the void and fought fiercely. The entire void was shaking, and a powerful pressure of a sage ruler spread from Gu Zhong's body. He seemed to have turned into a golden god of war. His body emitted a dazzling golden radiance that lit up the entire night sky. On the other hand, the crimson-haired youth's demonic chi soared into the sky. He was like a peerless demon that could cause chaos in the world. He displayed an extremely powerful combat strength and fought with Gu Zhong. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Wanxiang city were alarmed. Many cultivators flew into the sky from the Wanxiang city to watch the battle. As for those cultivators who could not fly in the sky, they quickly ran to the top of the Wanxiang city's city wall. Demons are attacking again. Someone noticed that the demonic chi in the sky was soaring and could not help but be shocked. Is Gu Zhong and the others fighting against the invading demons? On the top of the city wall, the cultivators were discussing in low voices while they were shocked. In the sky in front of them, within the demonic chi, there would be dazzling golden radiance piercing through from time to time. The powerful metal elemental power rippled in all directions. It's the demons again. At this moment, the three sages of heaven, earth, and human had also arrived in the sky above the Wanxiang city. Lord Gu Zhong's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. People who once followed the human sovereign for a period of time are indeed different. Heaven Sage Du said enviously. One must know that the human sovereign was an invincible expert in the world. It was no wonder that others would be envious and jealous of Gu Zhong for being able to receive his guidance. Who do you think will win this battle? Earth Sage Li Hong said. His body was faintly surrounded by lightning. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be lightning flashing in them. He was a thunder sage. It's hard to say. Human sage Lu Tianxiong said. Gu Zhong was a martial sage king. His combat strength was so strong that it could not be measured by ordinary standards. One must know that it was not a legend that a martial artist could reign supreme in the same realm. That red-haired demon should be a sage emperor. He seems to be stronger than the true demons that attacked us previously. Human sage Lu Tianxiong continued. Even if Lord Gu Zhong cannot win, he will be able to escape unscathed. Iron Blood Taoist arrived in the sky and said indifferently, "This is an evenly matched battle." Chapter 28-22. Gu Zhong joined the battle against the red-haired great demon in the mountains outside of Wanxiang City. The mighty energy fluctuations caused the entire mountain range to tremble. Mountains collapsed one after another. Golden radiance and monstrous demonic chi filled the sky. The two experts fought fiercely, wanting to turn the other into dregs. Humans and demons had been mortal enemies since ancient times. The battle between Gu Zhong and the red-haired great demon would determine the victor and determine life and death. Even the other great sects and clans in the eastern region were alarmed by this battle, especially those who had a grudge against Gu Fei. They even appeared near Wanxiang City, spying on the city's movements. Gu Fei actually didn't take action personally. Could it be that he's really injured? On a cloud thousands of miles away from Wanxiang City stood a white-robed old man. This person was the Dongfang clan elder who had suffered a great loss under Gu Fei's hands and fled back to the Dongfang clan's ancestral land in a sorry state. Why did the demons of the eastern domain know that Gu Fei was injured so quickly? It was because this old man had deliberately leaked the news to the eastern domain. In order to take revenge on Gu Fei, this guy didn't care about anything else. One had to know that humans and demons were mortal enemies. Helping the demons to suppress the human race was the act of a traitor. For the sake of righteousness, such an act was punishable by death. Therefore, this Dongfang clan elder was very careful. At this time, this Dongfang clan elder was bewildered. He had always been careful, otherwise, he wouldn't have lived to this day. He didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. In the mountains, the battle between Gu Zhong and the red-haired great demon had reached its climax. Gu Zhong attacked with all his strength. His fists shattered the void as he kept clashing with the red-haired great demon. The battle power of the martial body was released. 9 golden Dao runes appeared on Gu Zhong's golden muscles, activating the power of a saint ruler. "I've underestimated you," the red-haired great demon said coldly while attacking. You overestimated yourself," Gu Zhong said. He was incomparably domineering as he used the metal element fist. Although this battle skill was simple, it could transform something rotten into something magical. The combat strength it displayed was enough to shock the red-haired devil. Bang! Boom! Gu Zhong's fists continuously clashed with the red-haired demon's fists. Wild power continuously exploded outwards, destroying everything. The ground began to sink. "Let's see if your master can still sit still after I kill you." The red-haired great fiend grinned before spitting out a demon bead. Buzz! The demonic bead vibrated, and numerous demonic runes emerged and intertwined on its surface. An energy fluctuation so powerful that it caused all living beings in the world to tremble erupted from the demonic bead. Under the control of the red-haired fiend, the demon bead smashed towards Gu Zhong. A saint venerate demonic artifact. Gu Zhong was startled. He quickly retreated, but the devil bead followed him like a shadow. Everything in its path was obliterated. "You should be proud to die under my demon pearl of annihilation," the red-haired dire fiend said. Demon pearl of annihilation. Although Gu Zhong was shocked, he wasn't that nervous. This devil bead hadn't reached the level of annihilation. However, the destructive energy of a saint sovereign within the devil bead wasn't something he could deal with. Swish! He executed the 8 desolate steps, instantly evading the attack. However, the mountain behind him was directly smashed into smithereens by the devil bead. Crap! Gu Zhong was in danger. He didn't have any saint artifact on him that could contend against the devil bead. He was a martial artist, and in his opinion, the best weapon for a martial artist was their martial body. Since his martial body was the best weapon, Gu Zhong felt that there was no need for him to refine a saint artifact. His martial body was already many times stronger than ordinary saint artifacts. Bang! Gu Zhong was sent flying by the devil bead. Although he had grasped the 8 desolate steps technique, he was still struck by the devil bead. That devil bead wasn't very big, only the size of an adult's fist. However, the might it displayed was extremely powerful, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. It truly had the power to annihilate the world. A trail of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Zhong's mouth. He was injured. The opponent was a Saint Sovereign level demon, and he also wielded a Saint Sovereign level World Annihilation Devil Bead. Gu Zhong's defeat wasn't a coincidence. It was because he wasn't strong enough. Again, Gu Zhong roared as he charged at the red-haired demon. However, there was no longer any suspense. The red-haired demon was stronger than Gu Zhong. This was an undeniable fact. However, the red-haired demon wanted to thoroughly defeat Gu Zhong before killing him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Gu Zhong was sent flying thousands of feet away by the devil bead. He constantly coughed out blood. That devil bead had displayed the might of a saint's sovereign level. Gu Zhong borrowed the rebounding force to instantly tear through the void and escape into myriad phenomenon city. What? When the red-haired demon saw this, it was too late for him to stop Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was heavily injured, but his body's blood energy was incomparably vigorous. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing. Very quickly, his injuries were mostly healed. Gu Fei, come out and fight if you have the guts. The red-haired demon shouted towards myriad phenomenon city. I'll deal with you. The Iron-Blood Taoist flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Tribulation immediately appeared in his hand. Then, he charged towards the figure above the mountain ridge. A phantom of a divine phoenix appeared on his body. Another one has come to die. The red-haired demon sneered. His eyes were filled with deep disdain. Humph, it's still uncertain who will come to die. The Iron-Blood Taoist snorted coldly. Kill. The blood-haired great demon roared angrily as he activated the devil bead and smashed it towards the Iron-Blood Taoist. Rumble. The moment the devil bead was smashed, the entire void trembled due to the existence of the devil bead. The black spatial cracks were like black lightning bolts. Feng Wu. The Iron-Blood Taoist roared and immediately used the Divine Phoenix technique. 9 Divine Phoenix phantoms rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand and pounced towards the devil bead. A shocking scene appeared. The 9 Divine Phoenixes appeared in the sky, as though they were fighting for a divine bead. The 9 Divine Phoenix phantoms collided with the devil bead. The explosion of destructive waves spread out. The entire mountain ridge was instantly razed to the ground. The mountain peaks were like snow under the sun, turning into dust and eventually dissipating into the void. The red-haired demon was taken aback. This person was not simple. He was actually able to block the undying demon bead. The sacred weapon in this guy's hand must be extraordinary. Chapter 28-23. The battle in the mountains continued. The Iron-Blood Taoist took action and fought with the red-haired demon deep into the mountains. In the end, the two experts soared into the sky and battled in outer space. The destructive power of a battle between experts of this level was just too terrifying. A single strike was enough to destroy the world. The mountain ridges outside Wanxiang City had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The mountains collapsed and the earth caved in. Huge holes appeared in the void. Chaotic chi lingered in the pitch-black holes. The power of the laws of the world repaired the shattered void. However, it was unable to repair the void that had been shattered by the two experts in a short period of time. Many experts had come to the vicinity of Wanxiang City. They were all watching and paying close attention to the movements in Wanxiang City. Some experts directly soared into the sky and entered outer space to watch the battle. The elder of the Dongfang family also appeared in outer space. The Zhao family of the primordial antiquity had also come. A figure shrouded in divine light ascended into outer space and watched the battle from afar. A powerful aura spread out, causing the nearby stars to tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence. He was at least a saint emperor. Even in the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity, there weren't many people with such a cultivation. Ever since Gu Fei and the old turtle worked together to flatten the western netherworld sea, the Zhao family had sent many people into the heaven realm to search for the goddess of the Zhao family. The waters of the heaven realm were very deep. The entire northern snowy region was still in a state of fragmentation. It was the same even after the appearance of the heavenly palace of the snowy region. The Zhao family of the primordial antiquity did not obtain any benefits in the northern snowy region. Not only did they fail to find Zhao Zairu, they even lost a few experts and had no choice but to return in low spirits. At this time, the Zhao family naturally did not want to become enemies with Gu Fei. However, if Gu Fei was really as rumored and was heavily injured in the battle with the mysterious life form, it would be an opportunity for the Zhao family. Some people guessed that Gu Fei might really be injured. This was because when Gu Zhong fought with the red-haired demon, he was injured by the red-haired demon, but Gu Fei did not do anything. Of course, Gu Fei not making a move didn't mean that he was injured and couldn't make a move. Those who were enemies with Gu Fei were extremely shrewd. Even their eyelashes were empty. They would not jump out so easily. Those people were still spying in the dark. Rumble. The starry sky trembled. The Ironblood Taoist seemed to have transformed into a divine phoenix as he battled with the red-haired demon. The aura of the Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon spread out, and all the stars in the starry sky seemed to be falling down. The red-haired devil didn't dare to be careless. In his eyes, his opponent wasn't the Ironblood Taoist, but the Emperor armament in the Ironblood Taoist's hands, the Phoenix Tribulation. The Phoenix Tribulation was a divine weapon refined from the shed flesh shell of the ancient divine phoenix. It contained the power of the divine phoenix, and the 9 divine phoenix Tao patterns turned into 9 fire phoenixes that charged at the red-haired demon. Buzz. The void trembled. Ancient demonic patterns appeared in the demon bead of devastation in the red-haired demon's hand. 9 demonic patterns rushed out of the demon bead and transformed into 9 demonic dragons that charged forward, clashing with the 9 fire phoenixes. Without the Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon, you are nothing in my eyes, the red-haired demon said coldly. The red-haired demon said coldly. Blood-colored demonic runes intertwined in his eyes. A demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate emanated from his body. TCH, you are just a demon. Do you think you are the invincible demon ancestor? The Ironblood Taoist said disdainfully. At this moment, he had already fused with the Phoenix Tribulation. This was a mystique that could fuse weapons into one's body. It was imparted to him by Gu Fei. This mystique was definitely a killing technique for those cultivators who possessed incomparably powerful divine weapons. It was the same for the Ironblood Taoist. When one with the weapon, one could unleash the weapon's power to the extreme. Of course, because of the Ironblood Taoist cultivation realm, it was difficult for him to unleash the true power of the Phoenix Tribulation. However, it was enough to deal with this demon. At this moment, in the void, phoenixes spread their wings and dragons soared into the 9 heavens. 9 fire phoenixes and 9 demonic dragons engaged in an intense battle. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! The starry sky trembled as one of the demonic dragons exploded. It was destroyed by the mighty divine phoenix true fire of a fire phoenix. The demonic patterns within it were directly obliterated by the divine phoenix true fire. The demonic dragons were definitely not a match for it. One must know that the Phoenix Tribulation was in Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon, the demon bead of devastation. Although its name was incomparably domineering, it was only a sacred venerable level demonic weapon. The remaining demonic dragons were also no match for the fire phoenixes. Their bodies were destroyed by the divine phoenix true fire, turning back into demonic chi. The demonic chi was also burned into green smoke by the divine phoenix true fire, dissipating into the void. The 9 fire phoenixes soared into the sky and instantly gathered. The 9 phoenixes fused into one, transforming into a mighty divine phoenix that was even larger than a mountain. Then, it pounced towards the red-haired demon. Boom! Boom! The divine phoenix flapped its wings, and monstrous true fire descended from the sky, burning towards the red-haired demon. Within the flames, one could vaguely see the shadows of divine phoenixes. Preposterous! The red-haired demon's heart trembled. The 9 demonic dragons, formed by the demon bead of devastation, were destroyed by the fire phoenixes. The 9 demonic patterns were also obliterated, and 9 cracks immediately appeared on the demon bead. This incomparably powerful demonic weapon was now damaged. Although it was not destroyed, its power was greatly reduced. Facing the mighty divine phoenix true fire that filled the sky, the red-haired demon could not help but change his expression. The power of an supreme emperor divine weapon was not to be underestimated. Roar! The red-haired demon roared to the sky. He was going all out. He had no choice but to do so. If he did not, he would die. An extremely powerful demonic power erupted from his body. In the next moment, the void around him collapsed, shattered, and was annihilated. A monstrous demonic fire erupted from his body, sweeping out and enveloping the entire starry sky. The 2 fiery powers instantly collided. Amidst the endless flames, stars exploded one after another. The true fire of the phoenix illuminated the entire starry sky. The demonic fire that erupted from the red-haired demon was not black. Instead, it was blue. This demonic fire burned the void and was annihilating it. "How dare you act in front of me? Die." The Ironblood Taoist was like a true phoenix descending into the world. He set off monstrous true fire that burned the void. He directly pounced towards the red-haired demon in the midst of the demonic fire. The endless demonic fire disappeared. Under the mighty divine phoenix true fire of the supreme emperor divine weapon, the demonic fire of the red-haired demon was nothing. Boom! With a loud sound, a figure fell from the starry sky. In the starry sky, all the experts who witnessed this scene were shocked to the extreme. This Ironblood Taoist was too ferocious. He actually defeated a Saint Emperor-level demon. Chapter 28-24. The Ironblood Taoist was incomparably powerful. He actually blasted the red-haired demon down from outer space. Rumble. The towering true flames of the divine phoenix burned the demonic flames in the sky. The Ironblood Taoist was like an invincible phoenix that had descended from the heavens as he chased after the demon. Die. The Ironblood Taoist extended his right hand and 9 divine phoenix Tao patterns rushed out of his hand. They transformed into 9 divine chains that shot towards the red-haired demon that was falling from the sky. Everyone was stunned. No one had thought that the Ironblood Taoist would actually be able to defeat the red-haired demon. After all, the red-haired demon was a Saint Emperor, and a true demon at that. However, there were also people who could tell that this wasn't the Ironblood Taoist's battle prowess, but a manifestation of the Phoenix Tribulation's power. A few of the older antiques knew more or less about the Phoenix Tribulation's origins. The Ironblood Taoist had obtained the Undying Taoist legacy. The Undying Taoist was a peerless expert that had attained the Tao of a divine phoenix. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The 9 divine chains flew over like divine rainbows, instantly catching up to the falling demon. Explode! The red-haired demon roared as a ball of demonic light flew out of his body. Then, just as the 9 divine chains were about to wrap around his body, it exploded. A supreme destructive force erupted. The 9 divine chains were actually shattered by the vast demonic power, turning into streaks of fiery light that dissipated into the void. The 9 divine phoenix Taoist patterns were also dispersed. What? The Ironblood Taoist was extremely shocked. A terrifying destructive force swept up from below, sending him flying uncontrollably into the depths of the starry sky. The ball of demonic light instantly enveloped the entire sky. This was an incomparably terrifying destruction. The power of a Saint Venerate wreaked havoc mercilessly, as if a huge hole had suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of the spectators couldn't dodge in time and were instantly devoured by the exploding demonic light, dying in both body and soul. Those who were caught up in the blast were all unlucky emperors. They were just too unlucky. One had to know that those who could watch the battle from outer space were all saints. Even if they died like this, they would still be unlucky emperors. What a ruthless demon! The expert from the primordial Zhao family was also affected, but the destructive devil light couldn't harm him at all. Self-detonating a holy Venerate-level demonic tool? In the depths of the starry sky, the Ironblood Taoist coughed out a mouthful of blood. This demon had actually self-destructed that so-called apocalyptic demon bead, a holy Venerable-level demonic artifact. The explosion of such a powerful magic tool was naturally terrifying to the extreme. Rumble. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended for millions of miles. At this time, the entire sky above the eastern domain was in chaos. The entire sky seemed to be collapsing, and an enormous black hole appeared in the starry sky. Billions of living beings in the eastern domain trembled as if doomsday had truly arrived. Even those powerful cultivators were dumbfounded when they witnessed this scene. Even when Gu Fei was battling that mysterious creature, there wasn't such a massive and terrifying commotion. The laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world were disturbed. Trying to escape? At this moment, a ball of demonic light appeared beneath the gigantic black hole. The robed demonic diagram appeared in the void. That big demon wanted to make use of the formation to escape. However, the Iron-Blood Taoist wasn't going to let this guy escape just like that. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Stars shift. The Iron-Blood Taoist roared out in rage. His entire body was glowing as though the heaven and earth had turned upside down. The void was distorting, and his figure disappeared from the void instantly, crossing the black hole before him. In the next moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist had already passed through the black hole. He tore through the void and appeared beside the demonic diagram in the sky. With a single punch, he sent the red-haired big demon, who had already stepped into the formation, flying out. The Iron-Blood Taoist slapped out with his palm, dispersing the demonic diagram. The red-haired big demon was both shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected that the other party would be able to kill his way to his side. How did he do it? You what? You want to escape? Have you asked me first? The Iron-Blood Taoist fused with the Phoenix Calamity. His entire aura became extremely powerful. He activated the power of the Phoenix Calamity and charged towards the red-haired big demon. This guy is dead for sure. There were many people standing on the city walls of Wanxiang City. Gu Zhong was also there. Although he was injured, his injuries were mostly healed after a short period of recuperation. To a martial artist, especially a martial artist who had achieved success in cultivation, the self-recovery ability of the martial body was extremely monstrous. Even if they didn't purposely circulate their energy to heal themselves, their injured bodies would automatically recover. Gu Zhong was a martial saint king. His martial body had already been cultivated to an almost indestructible level. At this moment, the heaven, earth, and human saints couldn't help but admire the Iron-Blood Taoist. He had challenged a saint emperor-level demon. Even with the help of the Phoenix Calamity, such courage and guts were worthy of admiration. There was no suspense in what happened next. The red-haired big demon had lost the demon pearl of devastation and was even less of a match for the Iron-Blood Taoist. Very soon, the red-haired big demon's body exploded from the Iron-Blood Taoist's punch. He turned into a black bloody mist and dissipated in the void. Within the bloody mist, a beam of demonic light shot into the sky. Within the demonic light was a demonic figure that was about to escape. Plang! With the sound of a sword, a beam of sword light shot into the sky from the Iron-Blood Taoist's hand. In an instant, it soared tens of thousands of meters and destroyed the figure in the demonic light. The expressions of the experts who were watching the battle from afar changed when they saw this. The beam of sword light from the Iron-Blood Taoist's hand dissipated and turned into a golden feather. It floated down from the sky and was caught by the Iron-Blood Taoist. The true feather of the divine phoenix. I didn't think he would have such a good item. The elder of the Dongfang family muttered to himself in the distance. Then, he turned around and left. The true feather of the divine phoenix was naturally a feather from the divine phoenix. However, this feather was different. It was a divine feather from the head of a true phoenix. It contained the essence of a true phoenix and was extremely powerful. After the battle ended, the Iron-Blood Taoist returned to Wanxiang City. They only sent a heavenly emperor-level demon to force me to take action. They are underestimating me too much. In the main hall of the Wanxiang City's City Lord residence, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew who was hostile towards him. He was waiting for those people to make a move. Only then would he have a justifiable reason to make a move. He couldn't go back on his words. Since he had promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he couldn't casually make a move. My lord, the Iron-Blood Taoist came to greet Gu Fei. You did well. Go and treat your injuries for now. Gu Fei took out a jade bottle and threw it to the Iron-Blood Taoist. Yes, the Iron-Blood Taoist caught the jade bottle and left. I want to see how long those guys can endure. Chapter 28-25. The death of the red-haired demon shocked all the experts who were watching the battle secretly. They did not expect the Iron-Blood Taoist to be so powerful. After this battle, all the experts could not help but look at the Iron-Blood Taoist in a different light. It would be difficult to force Gu Fei to make a move. After the battle between the Iron-Blood Taoist and the red-haired demon, the area around Wanxiang City calmed down. All the experts retreated, leaving only a few spies to continue monitoring Wanxiang City. Ridiculous. I can't even force Gu Fei to make a move. I wonder if that guy is injured. In the ancestral land of the Dongfang family, a dissatisfied voice was heard from a pavilion. In the ancestral land of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, there was a god sitting in a cave. This god was surrounded by golden light. Within the sword light, there were Tao runes that resonated with the great Tao of the heavens and earth. This was a peerless god. Old ancestor. At this moment, a white-haired youth appeared outside the cave. Zhao Yunyang, what are you doing here? An old voice was heard from within the cave. Old ancestor, I want to go to the heaven realm to broaden my horizons. Please allow me. The white-haired youth bowed towards the cave and said, You want to go to the heaven realm? The peerless god in the cave said with some surprise, Yes. The white-haired youth's tone was firm. Very well, you can go now. The peerless god said, Thank you, old ancestor. The white-haired youth was overjoyed. He then bid farewell to the peerless god and prepared to go to the heaven realm. It's good to go to the heaven realm, lest those old fellows think that the Zhao family has no one left. In the cave, the peerless god who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat mumbled to himself. Zhao Yunyang was the most outstanding person in the Zhao family of the desolation. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he was already a saint emperor. He was just one step away from achieving the great sage Dao fruit. He was very clear why Zhao Yunfei wanted to go to the heaven realm. The Zhao family of the heaven realm was too much. They actually wanted to leave the Zhao family of the human realm. Zhao Yunyang headed to the heaven realm to reorganize the heaven realm's Zhao family and find the goddess. Zhao Zairu was the goddess of the Zhao family. Her potential was limitless. If they were to lose such a goddess, it would definitely be a huge loss to the primordial Zhao family. With Zhao Yunyang handling the matters of the heaven domain's Zhao clan, the peerless deity was more at ease. Although the primordial Zhao family was a cultivation family that had existed for countless years, the world of cultivation was a cruel one. Zhao Yunyang and the goddess of the Zhao family were the only rising stars of the younger generation of the Zhao family. However, in the eyes of the peerless true gods, the waters of the human world were much deeper than the heaven realm. The eastern region was not peaceful at all. Gu Fei's return was bound to set off a bloody storm in the eastern region, and the Zhao family of the ancients did not plan to get involved. After returning from Wanxiang City, the ancestor of the Zhao clan ordered to recall all the clansmen of the Zhao clan from the antiquity of the ancients. He then sealed the mountain gate and forbade the clansmen from leaving. The primordial Zhao family wanted to preserve their strength. However, not everyone could see things as clearly as the ancestor of the Zhao family. There were people in the Dongfang family who were still dissatisfied and wanted to find Gu Fei for revenge. Just a few days after the Iron Blood Taoist killed the red-haired demon, someone saw the figure of a bald man from the Western Buddhist sect appearing near Wanxiang City. Someone even saw the Dongfang family inviting an expert from the Western Buddhist sect away. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Western Buddhist sect wasn't a secret in the mortal dimension. All those years ago when Gu Fei hadn't attained the Tao, he'd once almost overturned the spirit mountain of the Western Buddhist sect and caused a mighty uproar. The current Buddhist Lord Qing Lian and the great elder of the Buddhist sect, Great Monk Fa Tian, still hated Gu Fei to the core. As for the little monk Fanxiu, he was Gu Fei's nemesis. Just as the people from the Western Buddhist sect were appearing near Wanxiang City, far away in the ancestral land of the extreme East Goblin tribe, on a divine mountain in the sky, in a pavilion, a masked woman stretched out her hand and caught a fire signal talisman that fell from the sky. That little guy from back then has actually grown to such a level? The masked woman muttered to herself. On her shoulder, there was a fist-sized purple divine mink. This divine mink was extremely mystical because there was a third eye in the middle of its brows. This divine mink was the three-eyed divine mink. The three-eyed divine mink was a type of divine beast. Obviously, this three-eyed divine mink was the pet of the masked woman in purple. Raising a divine beast as a pet was too shocking. The ancestral land of the Eastern Goblin tribe was actually not in the eastern region of the Soaring Dragon ancestral star, but in another world. It was a region called the Eastern Goblin region. Looks like it's time to go out for a walk. The masked woman in purple muttered to herself. The world was going to be in chaos. Even if the Eastern Goblin tribe hid in the demon region, they would not be able to escape. The demon region had been sealed for so many years, it was time to open it up. The demon lord of the human world was Huang Long. The demon lord Huang Long was a peerless expert who stood at the peak of the human world. Now, even his daughter Yanwu Shuang had successfully passed the Saint Realm heavenly tribulation and became a saint dragon. The demon tribe in the human world was related to the demon tribe in the heaven realm. According to the seniority of the dragon tribe, the demon lord Huang Long of the human world was the descendant of the old turtle demon lord of the heaven realm. The eastern goblin tribe was restless. In the southern wasteland, the 100 clans of the southern wasteland were also restless. Among the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, there were many geniuses who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became saint realm living beings. Few of Gu Fei's opponents were still alive, but Qing Long was undoubtedly one of them. Qing Long was a formidable opponent of Gu Fei in the past, but now, he was left far behind by Gu Fei. When the news of Gu Fei's return reached the southern wasteland, Qing Long, who received the news, immediately came out of his seclusion and left the southern wasteland for the eastern region. Gu Fei. On a mountain peak deep in the southern wasteland, a petite figure stood on a boulder and looked towards the east. There was an indescribable look in her eyes. Do you still remember a girl called Zhong Liming? The white-robed lady on the mountain peak muttered to herself. At this time, the southern wasteland was not peaceful either. Chaos had already appeared, which made some of the weaker forces feel uneasy. They were like a small boat on a raging sea that could be swept away at any time. The entire ancestral star of the soaring dragon was shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere, but at this time, everyone's attention was focused on the eastern region. Regardless of whether they knew Gu Fei or not, everyone was paying attention to him. After a period of peace, the Wanxiang city became lively again. Many unfamiliar cultivators appeared in the city, and the figures of experts could be seen from time to time in the vicinity of the Wanxiang city. Come, let me get rid of all of you at once. Chapter 28-26. The news of Gu Fei's battle with the mysterious creature and being injured not only spread throughout the soaring dragon ancestral star, but also to the heaven realm and the old tortoise's ears. In the heaven realm, where the West Dark Sea was located, there was a floating divine palace. This was the palace of the demon lord of the heaven realm. In the main hall of the divine palace, the old tortoise was sitting on a throne with his prized disciple, Shaoqing, standing beside him. Master, that mysterious creature can really injure my big brother, Shaoqing asked. At this time, there were many important figures of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan standing in the main hall. These people all pricked up their ears. They all knew that Little Qing's big brother was an extraordinary fellow. He had experienced life and death together with the clan lord and had gone through trials and tribulations together. I wonder who's going to be the unlucky one. That guy is digging a pit for himself. Old Tortoise said. He had already used these tricks of Gu Fei's countless times. He was truly a scammer. However, who was this Gu Fei trying to scam? Haha, he was very curious. Master, you're saying that my big brother isn't injured and is only pretending to be weak to lure the enemy? Shaoqing said. He had also thought of this possibility. One should know that his big brother was not that easily injured. Moreover, there were not many people in this world who could injure him. Yeah, what do you think he's doing? I wonder if he's retrieved the mountain and river cauldron. The old tortoise said. He was still waiting for Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. That place could only be entered with the mountain and river cauldron. Otherwise, he would have to cultivate to the extreme path supremacy realm. If he could cultivate to the extreme path supremacy realm, why would he need to go to that place and take that thing away? Shaoqing, why don't you go down to the lower realm to take a look? The old tortoise said to Shaoqing. Master, really? Can this disciple go down? Shaoqing was both surprised and happy. In fact, he had long wanted to return to the human world to take a look. Martial Granduncle, can I follow Martial Uncle Qing to the lower worlds? At this moment, a fair and chubby little fatty suddenly walked out from behind the throne. This little fatty looked exactly the same as Gu Zhong when he was young. This little fatty was Gu Zhong's son, Gu Xiaofeng. When Gu Fei and Old Tortoise joined forces to level the West Underworld Sea, Gu Xiaofeng was in seclusion. He did not see Gu Fei. Otherwise, he would have begged Gu Fei to bring him back to the human world. He had not seen his parents for a long time and missed them very much. At this time, little fatty Gu Xiaofeng had already cultivated to the sage-to-be realm and could trigger the sage heavenly tribulation at any time. If he successfully passed the sage heavenly tribulation, he would become a true sage. Tisk, with your level of cultivation, you dare to descend to the lower realms? Be careful not to get killed. When that happens, where am I supposed to find a grand disciple for that fellow, Gu Fei? Old Tortoise shook his head. Martial granduncle, I am very powerful. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Don't you agree? Gu Xiaofeng said arrogantly. His father was Gu Zhong, a martial sage king, and his martial granduncle was the Old Tortoise, the Heaven Realm Demon Lord. With his identity, it was natural that people would be afraid of him. No way. Old Tortoise shook his head and said, Martial granduncle, just agree to it. The little fatty grabbed Old Tortoise's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. When the higher-ups of the Heaven Realm Demon clan saw this scene, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. This was the clan leader of the Heaven Realm Demon clan. Who would dare to act coquettishly in front of him? But this little fatty dared to do so. Moreover, with Martial Uncle Ching around, no one can hurt me. The little fatty continued to look at Old Tortoise and said fervently, Sai, I'm afraid of you. If you want to go, just go. If anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Old Tortoise sighed and said, Sai, I can descend to the lower realms now. When little fatty heard that, he was both surprised and delighted as he cheered. Then, Shaoqing packed some things and brought Gu Xiaofeng to the ancient path to heaven. This time, they did not go up, but down. While Shaoqing was descending to the lower realms with the little fatty, in a secluded place in the Yaodai ancient sacred ground, a white-robed lady suddenly opened her eyes, stood up, and walked out of the secluded place. He's injured. The white-robed lady in the Yaodai ancient sacred ground muttered to herself. If Gu Zhong was here, he would definitely recognize this lady. This lady was the saintess of the Yaodai ancient sacred ground. For the Yaodai ancient sacred ground, the saintess of the Yaodai ancient sacred ground must maintain a pure and flawless body. She could never marry anyone. Once she was married, the saintess would no longer be the saintess. Back then, Gu Zhong carried the saintess of the Yaodai ancient sacred ground back to Dark Shaman City. Not long after, Gu Xiaofeng was born. The saintess of the Yaodai ancient sacred ground was still young, like a virgin. She did not look like a mother at all. She wanted to go to the eastern region, but she was stopped by the elders of the sacred ground. What Gu Fei and his disciple didn't know was that many people were rushing towards Wanxiang City. And in the eastern region, when the Ironblood Taoist killed the red-haired great demon, angry demonic roars came from the eastern region Devil Cave. A terrifying great demon was roaring. Another true demon had fallen. To the eastern region Devil Cave, this was definitely a huge loss. A Saint Venerable level true demon was roaring in the depths of the Devil Cave. On a dark and windy night, the Devil Cave shook. A terrifying aura spread out. A great demon rode a demonic horse, holding a spear in his hand, and rushed out of the Devil Cave. Rumble. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread out from the great demon and the horse. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain his demonic body, as if it was about to collapse. This was a peerless great demon. Gu Fei. On the demonic horse, the eyes of the great demon clad in demonic armor shone with a terrifying blood-red light. Then, the great demon and the horse soared into the sky. The horse stepped on the demonic clouds and flew towards Wanxiang City. When they were still 1,000 miles away from Wanxiang City, the great demon riding the demonic horse directly smashed the demonic spear in his hand. The spear turned into a demonic light and rushed towards Wanxiang City. An extremely powerful demonic force radiated from the demonic light, causing all living beings in the surrounding regions of Wanxiang City to tremble. Buzz. The void around Wanxiang City let out a rumble. The divine light of the city barrier appeared, But the demonic spear directly broke through the divine light of the city barrier and fell towards Wanxiang City. Chapter 28-27. When the demon arrived, half of the world was shrouded in demonic qi. Although it was just a demon, it was able to defeat an army of thousands. The entire world was trembling because of this demon. Swoosh! The demon on the warhorse immediately attacked. He smashed the demonic spear in his hand. Terrifying waves erupted from the demonic spear, shocking the heavens. However, a shocking scene appeared. The instant that the demonic spear was about to land on Wanxiang City, a huge chaotic hand appeared in the void. It grabbed the demonic spear and threw it back. Swoosh! The demonic spear flew across the sky and directly pierced through the great demon on the warhorse. Oomph! The great demon sneered. He extended his hand and caught the demonic spear. Then, he urged the warhorse under him and charged towards Wanxiang City. The warhorse galloped across the sky like a terrifying devil mountain crushing down on the void. The void crumbled under the hooves of the warhorse, collapsing. Even the primordial qi was trampled out. The devil might was matchless. All the cultivators in the East region felt this supreme demonic might. All the living beings were terrified. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Era left the cave residence in the ancestral land immediately. He took a step and appeared in the sky near Wanxiang City in the next moment. In the depths of the Dongfang clan's ancestral land, in the eastern sky Tyrant King's seclusion grounds, a man wearing a bronze mask opened his eyes. Behind the bronze mask, there were two incomparably sharp eyes. This demon, the eastern sky Tyrant King muttered to himself. His voice seemed to fuse with the great Tao, causing the great Tao of the heavens to resonate. The great demon seemed to have heard the words of the eastern sky Tyrant King. He paused for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the Dongfang clan's ancestral land. Tyrant King, an old voice resounded. Inside the helmet of the great demon, two blood-red lights lit up. He seemed to be able to ignore the obstruction of the void and see the eastern sky Tyrant King who was in seclusion. Two existences like the great demon and the eastern sky Tyrant King, the peerless figures of the same generation as Gu Fei in the Tunglong continent, were simply too weak. Let's get rid of that little guy first, then we'll have a gathering with you old friends. The demon retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. He continued to ride the warhorse. He held the demon spear and charged towards Wanxiang City. Everywhere he passed, the space would collapse and everything would be destroyed. It was too powerful. The demonic aura emanating from this peerless demon would cause even sages to tremble, let alone the countless living beings in myriad Phenomenon City. Every living being in Wanxiang City was terrified to the extreme. It was a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. They could not control it at all. Buzz! Right at this moment, a rumble resounded from myriad Phenomenon City. After that, an ancient cauldron shot into the sky and hovered in the sky above myriad Phenomenon City. Primordial chaos energy surged on the cauldron, and a supreme force swept out from it and enveloped myriad Phenomenon City. This ancient cauldron. When the great demon saw the mountain and river cauldron, he was extremely shocked. He seemed to recognize this ancient cauldron. However, he still continued to charge forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the great demon stabbed out with his spear, wanting to break through the space sealed by the mountain and river cauldron and enter myriad Phenomenon City. In the eyes of a great demon like him, the countless living beings in myriad Phenomenon City were just ants. If he killed them, so be it. He wouldn't care at all. Countless demonic runes shot out from the demon's spear in the great demon's hand. Terrifying demonic energy exploded, causing the sky to shake. It was extremely terrifying. However, the demon's spear in the great demon's hand was blocked by a layer of primordial chaos energy, unable to move an inch forward. The space outside the primal chaos energy exploded. This was a great destruction, as if a world-destroying demon lord was destroying the world. The saint-level creatures who saw this scene in the distance all trembled. This scene was just too terrifying and terrifying. This old demon, the Desolate Era Zhao clan's god, muttered to himself. Roar! The great demon roared in anger. Layers of demonic runes spread out from his body. The demon's spear shook, and the spearhead actually stabbed into the divine light formed by the primordial chaos energy. "Little fella, do you dare to come out and fight?" The great demon roared in anger. He attacked with all his might, but he still couldn't break through the space sealed by the mountain and river cauldron. Only the spearhead of the demon's spear managed to pierce through. Open. The great demon was furious. Thousands of demonic runes shone with boundless demonic light. At this moment, it was as if he had truly turned into a world-destroying demon lord, shattering the entire world. The earth was sinking, and the heavens were collapsing. Even some of the holy grade beings who were spectating the battle in the distance were blasted into clouds of blood mist by the surging demonic power, their bodies and souls destroyed. All the experts were shocked to the extreme and retreated even further away in fear. Only the desolate Era Zhao clan's god was still standing in the sky. The powerful demonic energy couldn't hurt him at all. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook. The great demon actually shook this ancient cauldron, causing it to show signs of being blown away. This shocked all the sages in Wanxiang City. In front of the Wanxiang City's city lord residence, Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist looked towards the sky with a solemn expression. Swoosh! At this moment, a silhouette dashed out of the city lord residence and stepped onto a teleportation formation platform in Wanxiang City. Buzz! The sky shook, and the teleportation formation platform opened up a space tunnel, sending that person out. Trying to escape? At this moment, the great demon that was trying to blow the mountain and river cauldron away sensed something and soared into the sky. He broke through the void and chased after the figure that was escaping from Wanxiang City. The war horse that the great demon was riding on broke through the void and charged into the chaotic void. Even if that person escaped into the void, the great demon would still be able to chase after him. Such a technique was terrifying. Gu Fei escaped. Could he really be severely injured in the battle against the mysterious living being? At this moment, the Dongfang clan's elder, who had been hiding in the void and observing everything in Wanxiang City, was surprised and overjoyed. Although the great demon was powerful, if Gu Fei wasn't injured, he would definitely be able to fight against the great demon. But now, Gu Fei escaped. Haha, good. Very good. The Dongfang clan's elder laughed and turned to leave. Master. In the Wanxiang City, in front of the city lord's mansion, Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown when he saw the monstrous demonic qi enter the shattered space. This demonic qi was incredible. It was probably a supreme expert that had already taken that step. The great demon's cultivation and battle prowess had definitely surpassed the Saint Venerable realm and had taken that crucial step. This great demon was a formidable opponent for Gu Fei. Soon, the terrifying demonic aura that shrouded the entire eastern domain disappeared. Lord Gu Zhong, don't worry. No one in this world can truly injure Master, the Iron Blood Taoist said. He was very confident in Gu Fei. There are no absolutes in this world. This great demon is different from the rest. Gu Zhong was still very worried. One must know that if the other party was truly a peerless quasi-supreme being level demon, then even his own master would be in danger of perishing. At this moment, in the sky above Wanxiang City, the mountain and river cauldron was still there. Vast and mighty primordial chaos force protected the entire huge city. However, the ground around the huge city had collapsed. The entire Wanxiang City was like a lone island that stood on the ground. Rumble. In the chaotic void, the great demon rode on a warhorse and chased after Gu Fei. Let's see where you can run to. The great demon stabbed forward with his demonic spear. A demonic light immediately shot out from the spear and broke the chaotic void. It shattered the spatial tunnel and cut off Gu Fei's escape route. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm and directly penetrated the chaotic void. Then, he charged out. However, the moment he charged out of the chaotic void, he was dumbfounded. He found himself in a dusky world. A terrifying demonic aura surged out from the depths of this world. This was a land of death, a land of death. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. 1,000 feet away from Gu Fei, the void suddenly exploded. An endless amount of demonic aura rushed out from the shattered void. A terrifying demonic figure broke through the void. Riding on a warhorse, he charged out. "Little fella, die!" The peerless fiendish devil roared. Countless devil runes revolved around him, causing the void around him to crumble. The entire void couldn't contain his supreme devil body. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar rang out from the depths of the land of death. The entire land of death shook along with this roar. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He did not expect his luck to be so good. After coming out from the chaotic void, he actually came to such a land of death. As the roar rang out, an extremely powerful demonic aura exploded from the depths of the land of death. "This is my territory. All of you, scram." A furious roar rang out from the depths of the land of death. The heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying sound wave spread out. A series of ripples could be seen in the void. At this moment, the powerful existence in the depths of the land of death seemed to have sensed something. A series of sounds of metal chains clashing rang out as a gigantic figure appeared before Lin Fan. "So, it's you, little fella, to think that you would dare to chase me all the way here." The gigantic figure that was like a mountain looked down at Gu Fei and said coldly. At this moment, the great demon had already come to a stop. He looked at the gigantic figure in the sky warily. Within his helmet, 2 blood-red lights were flashing. "It's you." Chapter 28. The mysterious creature appeared again. This time, it was Gu Fei who had accidentally barged into its nest. At this moment, Gu Fei smiled bitterly. This was truly a situation where there were wolves in front and tigers behind. The peerless, ominous demon at the back wasn't easy to deal with, but this mysterious life form didn't seem to be any weaker than that peerless, ominous demon. Roar! The figure in the sky above the ominous lands roared at the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared high up in the sky. A single roar shook heaven and earth. This mysterious creature was definitely vicious enough, crazy enough, domineering enough. If I can slay your spiritual body, I can also slay your real body. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. He could feel the battle blood in his body gradually boiling. As a cultivator, he was also a warrior. A warrior had to comprehend his great Tao in battles of life and death. To a certain extent, compared to secluded cultivation, battles were more important to raise one's cultivation. In ancient times, there were many strong cultivators in the untainted land. At that time, the martial Tao had not been lost yet. Some strong cultivators would often break through their bottlenecks in battles of life and death, killing their opponents in one fell swoop. You are still wet behind the ears, yet you dare to be so arrogant. The mysterious creature that had transformed into a huge figure looked down at Gu Fei. A strong wave of energy rippled from the figure, causing the void to crack continuously. "This little fellow is mine. You can scram now." At this time, the great demon stopped in the sky on his warhorse. He held a demonic spear in his hand, and a pair of blood-red eyes shot out from his helmet, staring at the figure in the sky. "Do you know who you are talking to?" the mysterious creature said angrily. A strong divine sense swept across the sky and instantly locked onto the great demon. "Others might not know you, but I know you very well. You are not a good person either. The forbidden area of the heavenly market is very famous, but to me, it is nothing." The great demon sneered. The forbidden area of the heavenly market. This guy is actually the mysterious creature of the forbidden area. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by the great devil's words. The mysterious life form in the Forbidden Land was definitely a powerful existence. The Forbidden Land creature in the West Nether Sea in the Heaven Realm was a good example. He, the old turtle, and the extraterrestrial overlord Ming Qiong had worked together. They had even used 3 great extreme saint artifacts to kill the powerful Forbidden Land creature in the West Nether Sea and level the West Nether Sea. "You deserve to die." The mysterious creature from the Forbidden region was enraged. Clanging sounds rang out as a huge iron chain shot out from the depths of the Forbidden region, directly wrapping around the peerless fiendish devil on the warhorse. The peerless fiendish devil sneered. He raised the devil's spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Kong Chong! The devil's spear instantly pierced the entangling iron chain and shook it away. At the same time, the peerless fiendish demon charged towards Gu Fei. The warhorse leapt high into the air, and its two front hooves fiercely stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Rumble! A large piece of the void under the horse's hooves collapsed and then collapsed. A powerful destructive force shrouded Gu Fei. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This peerless fiendish devil was indeed crazy. He actually attacked the forbidden land creature and himself at the same time. Roar! Gu Fei roared and punched upwards with his right fist. A ball of dazzling, chaotic divine light bloomed from his fist. In the dark sky, it was as if a chaotic divine sun had suddenly emerged. The strongest martial arts force exploded from Gu Fei's fist. He directly punched out the chaotic fist. The chaotic fist force shook the heavens and the earth, displaying the strongest power. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, and the entire void instantly collapsed and was annihilated, no longer existing. Cracks in the space were like black lightning, wreaking havoc in all directions. A figure fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! With a loud sound, it hit the ground. A powerful shockwave spread out, and the entire ground immediately undulated violently like a wave. This was the Forbidden Land. The void was extremely stable, but the ground was still collapsing, and dust rose into the sky. Gu Fei, the peerless fiendish demon, fell from the sky. However, the peerless fiendish demon was also sent flying by Gu Fei's chaotic fist. Demonic blood seeped out from the two front hooves of the warhorse. The warhorse that the peerless fiendish demon was riding was also very extraordinary. It was a demonic dragon horse. Its whole body was covered with a thick layer of black scales. Its pair of iron hooves could crush mountains and rivers. In the distant past, it carried the peerless fiendish demon to conquer the world, defeating all heroes in the world. The East Region Devil's Den used to be extremely powerful, but it was sealed by a great figure with the 9 divine mountains for countless years. The peerless fiendish demon was sealed in the depths of the Devil's Den and fell into a long slumber together with his warhorse. After that, he woke up in the present and continued to conquer the world. This was a powerful and terrifying war devil that was extremely cold-blooded. He had fought countless battles in his life, but no one was able to kill him, allowing him to continue living. Such a fiendish demon was peerlessly powerful, and there were few who could fight against him in the world. He was definitely an existence that stood at the peak of the world. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The devil and the warhorse erupted with a supreme, ferocious might. Their bodies were shrouded in devilish flames as their killing intent soared into the sky. They were about to rush down from the sky, but at this moment, an iron chain pierced straight towards the peerless war devil. On the surface of the iron chain, there were mysterious runes surging. At the same time, another chain pierced out from the depths of the forbidden zone and sank deep into the ground, heading straight for Gu Fei. The mysterious life form in the Forbidden Land was also incomparably powerful. It also attacked the peerless war devil and Gu Fei at the same time. F***CK. Do you all think this daddy here is easy to bully? On the ground, Gu Fei roared furiously. A supreme chaotic aura erupted from his body, causing the soil around him to crumble. It was a scene of great destruction. A chain directly pierced through the ground, piercing towards him. Clang! Gu Fei threw out a punch, his right fist directly colliding with the iron chain that was piercing through him, producing a metallic friction and a deafening sound. The iron chain was repelled by Gu Fei's fist, but he was also struck into the depths of the earth by an extremely powerful force. Kill! At this moment, the peerless war devil roared in rage as he galloped forward. The devil's spear in his hand smashed apart the iron chain that pierced out from the depths of the Forbidden Land, directly killing his way into the Forbidden Land. Roar! Chapter 28-29. The peerless war demon and the mysterious creature in the forbidden area of the Sky Market started fighting. Terrifying ripples spread out from the depths of the forbidden area, shaking everything. What's going on? Outside the forbidden area of the sky market, all the cultivators were startled by the powerful ripples that suddenly burst out from the depths of the forbidden area. Is someone fighting in the forbidden area? Someone said with a trembling voice. This was not impossible. It should be known that not long ago, the forbidden area of the heaven realm, the western underworld sea, was flattened by someone. There were also forbidden areas in the human world. In the depths of the sky market, there was a forbidden area of the heaven realm. To other creatures, it was impossible for them to come out alive after entering the forbidden area of the sky market. It was not a secret that there was a mysterious creature in the forbidden area of the sky market. With such a huge commotion coming from the forbidden area of the sky market, there was definitely a supreme being making a move. A terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the forbidden area, causing the creatures outside the forbidden area to be terrified. Because of the ancient road to heaven, the sky market had undergone earth-shattering changes. Especially the areas near the ancient road to heaven, they had already become the territories of various major forces. The super forces of the Tanglong continent had established strongholds near the ancient road to heaven and sent experts to guard the strongholds. The commotion coming from the forbidden area of the sky market immediately alarmed all the experts of the sects and clans near the ancient road to heaven. What's going on? The people of the Dongfang family were bewildered because they had come into contact with the mysterious creature in the forbidden area before. It was a powerful creature, not any weaker than the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor of their family. Demon, it's a demon. Soon, some experts felt the terrifying demonic aura coming from the depths of the forbidden area of the sky market. What? It's actually a demon? Could it be that the great demon from the eastern region Devil Cave is attacking the forbidden area of the sky market? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one had thought that there would be such a result. There were actually experts from the demons fighting against the mysterious creature in the forbidden area. Soon, many experts gathered outside the forbidden area of the sky market. There were even experts from the heaven realm. They also wanted to know what was going on. What's going on? Why do I feel Big Brother's aura? Two people arrived outside the heavenly market's forbidden zone. One was a young battle general wearing battle armor, and the other was a fair and chubby little fatty who always had a smile on his face. Marshal Uncle Ching, could it be that Patriarch is in the forbidden zone? The little fatty couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he heard the young general's words. These two people were Shaoqing and Gu Xiaofeng, who had just returned to the human realm from the heaven realm. They happened to be near the ancient road to heaven and were naturally attracted by the commotion in the forbidden area of the sky market. Under Old Turtle's personal guidance, Shaoqing's cultivation was naturally not weak. He sensed the existence of three powerful auras in the heavenly market's forbidden zone. One of the weaker auras was actually very similar to his big brother's. How would I know? Shaoqing said. He knew how terrifying the forbidden zone was. For weak creatures, whoever entered would die. He didn't dare to enter rashly and could only watch from the outside. Rumble. An incomparably shocking sound came from the forbidden zone. Even the people outside the forbidden zone could feel the tremors under their feet. A powerful silhouette appeared in the sky outside the forbidden zone. It was a silhouette shrouded in dazzling golden light. It stood quietly in the void, but it gave people the feeling of a lofty mountain. I didn't expect that even the patriarch of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity would come. An antique existence recognized the golden deity. It was the peerless deity from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. At the same time, figures of supreme experts appeared in other areas outside the forbidden zone. They were all patriarch-level existences from the great sects and clans. I didn't think that even such characters would be alarmed. Shaoqing was very surprised. One should know that these patriarch-level existences were definitely the strongest group of people in the human realm. Such existences would not appear so easily. These patriarch-level existences did not enter the forbidden zone and only watched from the outside. At this time, in the depths of the forbidden zone, Gu Fei broke through the layers of soil and rushed out from the depths of the earth. Kill. His battle intent was like a rainbow. He directly took a step forward and used the extreme speed of 8 steps. He actually crossed the endless void in an instant and directly killed his way into the depths of the forbidden zone. Haha, little fellow, you came to die. Very good. The creature from the forbidden zone laughed loudly. You want to kill me? Be careful, or I'll kill you. Gu Fei directly attacked the creature from the forbidden zone. He punched out with the primal chaos fist, smashing the void and instantly arriving in front of the creature. Boom! The creature from the forbidden zone punched out, colliding with Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. The two figures quickly separated, neither gaining the upper hand. The creature from the forbidden zone was somewhat surprised. The opponent's battle prowess seemed to have become even stronger. He could actually fight against it. This was truly somewhat unimaginable. Swish! Just as Gu Fei was being forced back by the mysterious creature, a demonic light directly pierced towards the back of his head. The peerless, ferocious demon galloped towards him. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black sword appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he turned around and swung his sword. Kung Chong! The black sword in his hand fiercely slashed at the incoming demonic spear, causing it to be jolted away. However, at this time, the demonic dragon horse under the peerless war devil ruthlessly charged towards him. Scram! Gu Fei roared angrily. The void seemed to explode with a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the surrounding void so much that cracks appeared like spider silk. He used all his strength to smash his left fist towards the head of the charging demonic dragon horse. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Gu Fei's left fist solidly smashed into the head of the demonic dragon horse. An extremely violent power exploded from his fist. The peerless war devil and his horse were forced back hundreds of feet. The peerless war devil was incomparably shocked. He found it hard to believe that this little fellow's battle prowess had actually increased to such a level that he could actually fight against him. Gu Fei was also forced back. After all, there was still a distance between him and the peerless war devil. However, he had grasped a secret art of the immortal Tao that could instantly increase his battle prowess. He had already cultivated the Heaven Ascension secret art to the point of perfection. As long as he willed it, he could instantly increase his battle prowess and then instantly fall back. In this way, he could overcome the fatal flaw of the Heaven Ascension secret art and no longer be limited by time. Come, let's have a good fight.